Council, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
I have a motion second to come out of executive session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and we are out of executive session. Do I have another motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I move that we adjourn the special meeting.
I have a motion second to adjourn the special meeting. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is August 12th, 2025 at 4:38 PM. We'll begin the city council work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Little Roberts, Councilman Taylor,
Here.
Councilman Overton,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilman Whitlock,
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Second.
I have a motion second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There were no items moved from the consent agenda, so we'll go on to Department Commissioner reports. First item up is item 30, staff review of construction practices and design review process. Turn this over to Mr. Freckleton.
Try the green button on the computer monitor, top right on the computer, on the screen.
How's that? Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. We're here before you today to help facilitate a discussion and seek direction on the topic of construction practices and hearing design review procedures. I say we because there are several people here from various departments and divisions that have all had input and are involved in processes that we go through for construction practices. So we will be introducing each topic and the individual involved as we proceed through the presentation. We intend this to be interactive, and we encourage questions and dialogue. You will hear quite a bit of information today. What we are hoping for at the end of the presentation is direction from you as to how we should proceed forward. We understand there's been a lot of issues brought up and a lot of things that we've been involved with lately. And so we are looking to you for some direction on that. Obviously, there's different paths we can take. Stay status quo. We can stay status quo with some modifications, or we could develop complete new programs and go that direction. But we will we'd appreciate your direction at the end of the presentation. First up on our agenda is so our topic order, we're gonna hit the construction practices, and first up is the light and noise complaints that we seem to get occasionally around the city. Then we'll go into dust complaints and mitigation processes, and then we'll talk about hearing and design review process, where we'll pick up on Caleb will do a presentation on hearing process and design review processes. So first up, we did have Lacey queued up for this, but Stacy Peachin will cover for her with regard to noise and light complaints.
Mr. Mayor, members of council. So as he mentioned, Lacey's not able to present tonight, so give me a little grace here. If you have any questions, we do have the chief and code officer Mercado with us tonight. So first and foremost on the noise complaints, Lacey put together a couple slides for us that noise complaints during construction that unreasonably disturb others' peace, including horns and sirens and repetitive motor vehicle sounds, et cetera, between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. can be called upon by reaching non-emergency dispatch, and a patrol officer can be dispatched to the site. And if the noise is occurring at that time, a patrol officer along with the complainant can bring a misdemeanor citation to the person causing the noise. However, that excludes devices with safety beepers for reverse. Also, if they are staging equipment for construction before the hours, just pulling in with vehicles, et cetera, that is excluded from being a disturbance. Most of the time, our patrol officers arrive on site and they educate and end most of the complaints. Since 2023, there has only been 3 citations, not necessarily construction related, for noise. Any questions about that?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah. So I'm thinking of an example. I won't get into the name of the project, but there is a particular project that has had an issue with noise and activity starting at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Do you think we need to consider making changes for the exclusion for staging and so forth in order to get around this? Because I hear what you're saying about the safety devices are allowed. There's a good reason, right? We don't want anyone to be hurt. But is allowing the staging driven by some other code or some other legal requirement, or is that a City of Meridian exception?
I apologize. I don't know the answer to that question. My
Okay.
personal opinion's not relative here, but
Sure.
is there, Katie, do you have anything to speak on to that?
Yep, come on up.
Thank you.
Hi. I believe it's just a city code. I think that does change city to city. So that probably is something that could be looked into.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So the City of Meridian, Mr. Mayor, if that's okay.
Councilman Schrader.
So the City of Meridian has an exception that allows for people to stage earlier than the 6 a.m. And that's not driven by any other thing under Idaho law or something else. That's just a city of, your understanding, and we'll double check, is that's a City of Meridian thing, that there's an exception. Okay. So that seems like an exception that we might need to hone in on. Thank you very much.
The chief wants, he tried to stand up twice on
Oh.
this topic, so.
Okay.
The one thing that I would warn about is how, if we decide to go that route, how that is written. Because we all also get the calls from the neighbors their neighbor has started up his diesel pickup to warm up in the morning, and they want to file a noise complaint on that as well. And we get those calls quite often. So I would be very tailored in how we do that if we go that direction.
Okay.
Thanks, chief.
Okay, moving on to the temporary lighting complaints. This is primarily related to fixtures on property and parcels that the light trespasses, against the neighboring residents. There are exemptions for this as well. Hazard warning lights, street lights, et cetera. These complaints usually come about and are created due to construction of temporary lighting, such as when they're building a highway or a roadway, and they are generally exempt from the code violations. We didn't really find any substantial history of anybody being ticketed for this. This is usually a code enforcement situation where they will come out and discuss it and move the lighting. So not a lot of complaints in regards to that. Since 2023, the total is 16 where they've been called and about 16 where they've been quickly resolved. I will stand for questions on that as well.
Council, any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just a quick comment, and both this one and the previous one you're talking about. And sorry if I have to delve back into a previous life, but I spent over a decade supervising code enforcement and dealing with these codes. And there's decades of experience and calls for service that go into how these codes have been honed over the years to find the best path forward. There's a reason you don't see a lot of tickets. And it's twofold. One is we're compliance-based. We want to bring everybody back into line and get the peace back, not have anything happen. The second reason why you don't see a lot of tickets is because a lot of people who call in do not want to take it to that level where they sign a citation and have to go to court against that charge. So they receive a lot of calls, but you don't see a lot of tickets. And that's for that twofold reason. One is it's compliance-based because we don't have anybody willing to sign. And the other is because when we talk to them the first time, it never happens again. So I just want to make sure we got that on the record. You guys have a heck of a job to do, and I appreciate what you do.
Thank you for summarizing that, Councilman Overton. Perfect. Anything else from me? Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Mayor and council, next up is construction practices. So we'll talk dust complaints and mitigation process, and Lorelei.
All right. The dust complaint process is currently housed in Public Works. You might wonder why, but primarily it's been tied to our, we have one staff member that does environmental issues. And so generally he is very familiar with stormwater erosion, those types of things. So it's naturally fallen under our branch. But currently, as you know, we don't have any city codes or ordinances that deal with dust today. What exists today is a compliance-based process. So we receive complaints when they come into the city, they're forwarded to Jason in Public Works. He, depending on the level that the project is at, he will either deal with it or he involves our Public Works inspectors or sometimes our building inspectors. Similar to the statement that you made, we go out and most of the complaints are dealt with and addressed. We've had very good luck with voluntary compliance. Most developers and contractors want to be good neighbors. They want to reduce complaints. They want to get back in compliance. We do have the ability to forward complaints to DEQ if we can't achieve voluntary compliance. We have had discussions with DEQ. They are the enforcement authority and do hold that responsibility. And we typically receive between 10 and 15 complaints a year for dust. That's citywide. So it's generally not a significant issue that we see, but when we do see them, they are generally addressed through our process that we have today.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So I think something that's really in the public interest to try to clear up and understand is whether DEQ has responsibility for this or not. Because DEQ recently in an article said that they absolutely don't have jurisdiction over dust complaints. I think it would be helpful for you to maybe provide some background about what you've heard further.
Sure. So we did have some conversations with DEQ, and they did confirm that they are the enforcement authority, that it was not necessarily correct what was sent back to citizens. We believe the reason for that confusion is that a lot of neighboring cities do have MS4 permits in place and are responsible for dust control in those cities. And so our assumption is that that was oversight, that DEQ did confirm Meridian does not have that, is not responsible, and that they do hold the enforcement authority and responsibility.
Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
a quick question. So when it comes to, it seems like we're viewing this as an environmental issue. what does that look like when our staff goes out? Do they say, hey, this is an environmental problem, or just like, don't make me call DEQ? Like, walk me through what it actually looks like. Because I'm assuming the majority of the complaints come from construction sites, big, equipment kind of stirring up the dust. But what does it actually look like, and what do we actually say to them to get them to be in compliance?
So good question. It really depends on, and I have a slide that kind of talks to, we can jump to it. The different phases of a project really makes a difference on what our staff are going to go out and ask the developers to do. So we just wanted everyone to know, like, the city is not involved when it's vacant land, farmland. We don't have authority to control dust at that level. We actually don't have control when it's mass site grading. So that's, people can do dirt work. We don't issue grading permits. In fact, some of these properties may not even be in the city of Meridian yet. Again, at that level, it would be DEQ responding. When they get to the underground utility work, some of the road work, that's when Public Works gets involved. That's the stage where, water trucks might be more appropriate. There's a variety of mechanisms that, Jason could talk to the specifics, but it gets a little trickier when you get into a site that has some buildings already in place, potentially not as easy to run a water truck, but there are other methods that could be employed, spraying tackifier, stabilizing the soil with vegetation. And so it's hard for me to say these are the things that we specifically ask, because each site is unique and each stage is unique when we get to that. But it's a little bit hard because we can't force them or require them to do any of those things. We can recommend that these are some of the actions that they could take. And for the most part, most of them do. So I did want to share that, as a result of some of these recent discussions, we're always looking for ways that we can improve our process, improve our communication with citizens. We did recently implement some of these things here. We documented our internal procedure to make sure that when complaints come into the city, they get forwarded to Jason so that they get addressed. We created, a flow chart, Word document that outlines all of that. We also implemented a more detailed dust tracking spreadsheet so that when we get complaints in, we can have detailed records to provide to you guys. We can look at those to determine if there's patterns or problems or issues that need to be escalated further. We also added dust control BMP discussion to our Public Works pre-con checklist. Even though they talked about those things in the past, this is a way to just really document and make sure everybody is aware going into a construction project that this is something that's really important to us. And then we had those further discussions with DEQ to clarify roles and responsibilities. And so those are all things that have recently been added to our process.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you. This is incredibly helpful, and I just want to express my gratitude because, again, it's not about blaming people about things that have happened. Obviously, we've had a lot of constituents in my district recently that have been very upset about dust, specifically. I've heard about kids that have asthma now, kids that can't play in their backyard. I love that we're trying to get compliance. I guess my concern is that we're relying fundamentally on DEQ as the only real enforcement tool at the end of the day. And I just want to make sure that's right. We could keep going to sites over and over, but right now the city of Meridian does not have a tool for enforcement. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
And DEQ, we believe, has the authority and should be the body that is regulating this, but it might be helpful for people to understand. My understanding is that they are not resourced. And so they're not, what have you, I guess, what has your team perceived? Have you ever seen DEQ enforce a dust complaint on a construction site? I'd like to know if that ever even happens from your perspective.
I would have to call Jason up on that. I'm not sure if you.
Councilmember Strader, I have seen DEQ go out and talk with contractors, utilizing their authority. I have not seen or know of actual enforcement such as fines. I think that would be the only mechanism they could use. I don't know if they could like stop work or something like that. That would be more of a city type of enforcement action. In Meridian, I don't know that there has been monetary fines, but they do respond to complaints and visit construction sites. I don't know how often. Again, like you said, they're limited staffing with a large geographical area that they cover.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
question, are there other cities that do regulate this in Idaho?
So there are, guys, I just have all the questions on my slides coming up. So other cities generally regulate this because they have MS4 permits. So an MS4 permit is required when you have a stormwater discharge that goes into surface waters. Meridian does not, and that's a good thing because MS4 permits bring a lot of responsibility and requirements. But it is the mechanism that these cities use to enforce on dust. So when you have an MS4 permit, you have to develop erosion and sediment control plans. And with that, you do have to track dust and track outs and have ordinances that touch on these things. Generally, MS4 permits touch on sites that are bigger than 1 acre of disturbance. Boise, Caldwell, Nampa, and Garden City all have MS4 permits, and each of them have between 1 to 2 staff members that are specifically related to this, because you then get into the realm of having to inspect sites and review plans that contractors submit and ensure, compliance. So it's a whole program that you can put into place. One of the questions is can you do these things without an MS4 permit? And absolutely you can. I think Meridian is in a good position because we don't have to do all of the things of an MS4 permit. We could do some of the things, right? And that was, kind of from Public Works' perspective of if you were to put a dust code or ordinance, I think there's some discussion around what level. We definitely think there's some benefits to that. It could give us that enforcement mechanism if voluntary compliance isn't achieved. It could make us appear more responsive to citizens when they call in because we have a mechanism. I do want to emphasize that we do get compliance most of the time. And so, and it could potentially, depending on the level of program that you wanted to implement, if there was inspections required and permits and those kind of things, it would require more active management of projects. On the other side, we would need to put some thought into this, right? We need to define what does it apply to? Are we just looking at dust, erosion, all stages of construction? Do we want to manage mass site grading? Is there a size, a type, seasonality, all the days of the week? Each of these has an impact and an implication on the size and type of program that you want to develop. We'd have to define, where this program resides, what kind of permits are involved, either internal, external. Are people doing plan reviews? Are they reviewing plans that people submit? Are they inspecting sites? How often? What are they looking for? We'd have to train these people. Are there going to be fees associated with this program? And then what are our enforcement options? We can go from, there's just a variety that we could discuss and we'd have to talk with legal about what we are and are not allowed to do on a project. I think we'd need to, do we want to be more stringent than DEQ regulations, match DEQ regulations? And then would this program require additional staffing? So, those are kind of when Bruce is saying we're seeking direction is, are you interested in this level of program? Do you feel like you want us to evaluate in detail more of these things? But I think we do have an opportunity that we could do something if we feel like the existing program is not, or I guess the existing process is not working.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
I think this is a great discussion point for us as a body. it's hard to know without ironing out the details, but it's hard to iron out the details without exactly knowing. At least in thinking about it, I have put some thought into this. My feeling is that DEQ seems unable to do what we need them to do. My understanding from legal is that the process of trying to force another agency to do their job is basically suing them, and that it would be a really horrible and difficult process. At least what I've been hoping for, first of all, I never wanted to be in this position of feeling like we had to regulate our developers that are doing this kind of work. But unfortunately, because of some examples where they've been really acute, I have kind of come to the conclusion that something is needed, but I'm really interested in trying to really get the lightest touch that accomplishes our goals. An idea that I've been thinking about would be very consistent, I think, with our philosophy. So a compliance-driven approach and a complaint-driven approach where we could actually ask our developers as they come for an approval to submit a dust and erosion plan that could be enforced by the city. That's kind of the idea that I had. I feel like it might be better to take that kind of a framework than to say thou shalt bring the water truck 4 times a day, or, something along those lines. But I think it would be great to hear from the rest of the council members. Do they feel like this is something that we want to work on? Do they see the need? I see the need in my district, but I'm, responsible for one district out of the entire city, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Lowell Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, Lorelei, thank you so much for this. Had a situation not too long ago where part of the team had to go out and measure light. We had a light complaint that we were working with. This may be really silly, but is there a way to measure like dust in the air? And we did significantly deal with a dust issue about a year ago, and I did get the impression that DEQ was helpful and we got it resolved, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Do you have any details on that? Okay. Yeah. So, we're not experts in the dust measurement. I think one of the challenges is it's usually a fleeting thing, so it's hard to measure. It's hard, it may not be kind of similar to what code came up and talked about. If it's not occurring when the inspector gets on site, it's hard to manage that. I would have to defer to DEQ about the types of measurements that they can do, or the types of how they exactly enforce that. But
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
just my thoughts on this. I guess I hesitate a little on trying to look at adding personnel to enforce some sort of a dust ordinance. The dust issue, in all reality, is a very temporary issue in that place at that time. It's going to happen while that project's being developed. When the one was being developed behind my house, I had a lot of dust on my house, my neighbors' houses. I understood what it was. The worst dust I had was not due to their construction. It was due to storms that were stirring up all that dust and covering my house because it was just open dirt while they were getting ready to pour concrete and lay foundations. I think there needs to be some sort of a reasonable approach that some amount of dust is just the normal case of how business is done. Again, whether it's farming, whether it's construction, whether it's storms, we're going to have some. And I'm afraid if we walk down the path of trying to hire personnel and train them to do enforcement, we're going to find out why DEQ does what they do. And we're going to end up with a couple of people that are very similar to what DEQ does and very limited on what their responses can be. Because it's really hard to write a citation or write someone up when there's no really, how do you measure particulate matter and say, oh, on this day, you had too much dust in the air? It's a very slippery slope on how you would enforce it and what we would do.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I have grappled with the same concern, frankly. Like, how do you measure the dust? How do you know when it's reached a point? But I do know what we could measure. We could measure, are you following the plan that you've outlined for us? Like, we could measure that. Like, if there's a plan submitted to us that people are going to use a water truck anytime that there's a prolonged period without rain or something, you know, I mean, I'm just saying I think there may be a tactical approach that could be something there, but I totally agree. Like, I don't think it could be based on the dust itself. I came to that same conclusion. It's a good point.
I don't know. I think Emily can find the nexus anytime she tries. She does it with sound. Why not dust? Joking, Emily. I'm not putting that on your shoulders. Councilman Taylor, did you have some comments on this?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Overton kind of made my point a little bit with is how would you measure this? Because if we're going to regulate it or we're going to pass some kind of ordinance with some enforcement, you have to be very clear about what it is you're trying to measure or to mitigate. We live in an area with reducing farmland, but we get a lot of dust in the fall during harvest. During fire season, we get a lot of dust and ash. There's a lot of different things. And so how to differentiate it would be challenging. I think it's obvious if you're next to a construction site where it's coming from. So now to speak to the idea that Councilman Strader had about some kind of a plan, I kind of open to that, but I think one of the challenges we have to consider is you still would have to be very clear about what would be an acceptable plan. And so then I think you're naturally asking questions like, well, do I need to hire an environmental consultant to help me put a plan together? Do we or do we not? Because we can't just say, let's submit a plan. The plans, in order for us to hold people accountable, would have to be consistent across the spectrum for single-family homes, multifamily, you know, wherever the case might be. ACHD, do we hold them accountable to roadway construction? So I don't know how you would go about asking for them to submit a plan that there's some consistency across the spectrum without encouraging probably some significant costs of hiring environmental consultants to put a plan together. I'm not sure that's where we want to go. And to the scope of also, do we want to add staff to sort of enforce that? I really struggle with the idea of that when there's so many other staffing needs that seem like a higher priority right now, because I do agree with the comment Councilman Overton made about kind of a defined timeline, right? Like if there's a construction site, we know it's going to be there. But I don't disregard the fact that there are some issues here that I think are worth noting. I mean, I have a almost 300 unit multifamily site construction just down the road from me, like right now, and has been for actually over 2 years. It's a very slow build, and there's a lot of weeds and construction and dust. Sometimes it's annoying. Most of the time I know it's there and it's going to go away at some point. So to me, I have a really hard time saying if we're going to do this, we have to put some clarity around it. And I don't know how we do that without putting significant burdens on city staff, developers with costs. And I'm not sure that I'm at that point, even though I can appreciate the desire to make our current residents who call Meridian home a place where quality of life is not diminished significantly. So I think there's some real challenges that you'd have to think through in order to have something like you're talking about.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I appreciate all of the comments so far. And, you know, as you think about what direction do we want to go with this? Do we want more carrot or do we want more stick? I think Councilwoman Strader started her comments with how do we start down the carrot path and make it an incentive for developers and others to come forward proactively with a mitigation plan? You know, this is what we as a city expect. We want to be good neighbors. We want to make sure that you're development can proceed. But how do you do that with a mitigation plan that they voluntarily come up with upfront that our reviewers can review and accept and at least have a standard to hold them to? So I'm amenable to having that conversation and going down the carrot route a lot more than I am with let's hire staff, let's develop mechanisms to go out and measure dust and write citations. I think as I look to the future of this city, we're going to have this challenge. I look at my district and there's a lot of area that will kick up some dust as development happens in my district. And so I'd prefer to be on the front end of this with more incentives or carrot to have folks do the right thing and minimize the impact that they're having on surrounding neighbors. That's where I am on this.
The one other element that I would add to the conversation is the neighbors have to be able to identify, we are complaint driven on almost everything that we do in the city. So how does a neighbor articulate whether or not they're adhering to the plan in order to respect everyone's time and energy through this? So if it's, how do you make it visible or not to that project as compared to being proactive? I don't want to say our code enforcement's not proactive, but they're definitely respond to reactive or to those things and proactive when they can. But if we're expected to be proactive on this issue compared to every other issue, we need to let the people that think that they're not doing their job know how to identify if they're not doing the job, if there's something put together.
I think one suggestion too that we can go forward with is now that we have better tracking in place, we can look at that for a time period, bring you back the information. We can forward every complaint to DEQ. We can follow up on if they, do site visits. We can just get you some more information before we make decisions. So really the spectrum is broad. We can bring you back more information. We can collect data. We can bring back ideas and options. We can develop programs. It's, just really looking for direction on what the council wants us to move forward with.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councilor
I-
Taylor.
I'm not opposed to having, as part of applications, sort of a spelled out plan, how they anticipate helping to mitigate it. I wonder if just even the expectation that we'd like to see that will improve the situation. Maybe this is something we can discuss over the next little while, but in my mind, an initial first step would be, we'd like to see you write out how you plan to mitigate dust and, erosion. Just how are you going to do it? Because I think most developers have a plan. I mean, they do that to some degree. Can they just write it and explain it to us and know that we have an expectation that we'd like to see them do that without any enforcement mechanism behind it, acknowledging this is sort of a on your honor going to be doing it, but that might be a first step. And maybe we could even develop, here's 4 questions we'd like you to answer. Very simple. I don't want to pass along a big burden. I'm open to that. I don't think that's adding too much as an initial step, and just see how that's received. And what I don't want to do though is have to make someone go out and hire an environmental consultant to come up with a plan, but just tell us what you're going to do.
Yeah, so what I can commit to is evaluating that. I'd like to talk to legal. I'd like to make sure that we're not asking them to do something that we don't have authority to do, or that we don't have. I think important to follow up on your question of, what would it entail? I think following up with planning of how would that integrate into their process, and how could they add that to a checklist easily? So I think what I can commit is bringing back what it would take to do that level, and kind of talk through here's the logistical things we'd have to work out, and the staffing resources that would be required. So yeah, I can't commit today that we can go do it for sure, but we can for sure look into it for you.
And one thing think that there should be, does it matter if it's active construction or not? That goes to what is the expectation if phase 3 is not being worked on, but has been graded? Or I even think about the one right down here on Cherry Lane that has been an active construction site for 15 years since the road's been cut, but nothing else has been done. And it correlates with the weed issue a little bit, I think, into these conversations, because weeds actually keep dust down. Is part of the plan to allow weeds to grow, to keep dust down on parts of construction? Those are legitimate questions. If they plan to get to it, but it helps, I don't know. I'll shut up there and let you go figure this out.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mayor, Council, it's my turn, and then Bill's gonna have some closing remarks before Bruce wraps it all up. First of all, I want to apologize. On the next couple of slides, you're just going to see a wall of text. So I appreciated that Public Works came with some pretty pictures, but you're just going to see black and white. So I apologize. Our stuff's not that exciting, so pretty boring. But no, so I wasn't kidding though. I got a lot of words. I will try to break it down. I know I'm talking and you're trying to read the slides. A lot of this though should be review for you or re-review. This is essentially what we do and you're part of, if not weekly, at least monthly with our development applications. I think I'll draw your attention to kind of that process, and again, summarizing that the staff planner is really looking for code compliance with the UDC, right? The standards that are included in the UDC. And a lot of times we'll put in staff reports a requirement for a development agreement with some pretty specific provisions within the development agreement, but a lot of times there's even some wiggle room on how that's implied and interpreted later on in the process. Because at that point in time, at the hearing level point in time, a lot of the projects, especially if you're commercial or mixed use, they don't know who the user might be, where the building might exactly be or be oriented. For residential, that's usually not a problem. They usually do have their lots and blocks laid out and there's not a whole lot of change between preliminary plat and final plat. But that is your point in time, or if you you like something they're showing or they're not including something you'd like to see, that hearing process is the time you and the Planning and Zoning Commission through public input and hearing, you have that discretion. Kind of silly, but if there's colors that you want to see, you can include that. If they're proposing or showing you colors you don't want to see, that's a time where you can make comments as simple or as silly as they may be, but that's what we need to then include into the legal documents that will work from going forward, right? Those are the entitlement documents. So your facts and findings, conclusions of law, the development agreement, again, are all things that will set the standards going forward. So we're using a lot of code for a lot of standards, but then there's general consistency with comp plan and elevations even a lot of times. So it really helps staff, help us, help you, help the public, help the process. Some of the more details you can give us. We aren't mind readers. We'll try to prod you sometimes. We weren't quite sure, what did you mean by this or that? But it really does help if you can be explicit through that hearing process when you're making motions, taking actions. Is this included or not? If we can document that in those documents, that will certainly help the next generation, because there's usually a lag time between what you see on this screen and that hearing level and when they're actually ready to do design review and start to build the buildings. Usually it's many months, if not years. And so you may not even have the same person working on the project through the hearing process that's approving their, and I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but the certificate of zoning compliance and design review. So we'll walk through that process a little bit. Again, those critical elements, especially if they're outside of our standards and our code, that's what we need to include in those documents. Just another point, it's at the very bottom. It does work kind of like dust. I don't want to put a percentage on it, but a vast majority of the time, it does work well to not have all the I's dotted and all the T's crossed at this time, right? Especially for commercial projects, you just don't know you're trying to recruit the users of those buildings, or a developer is. And you really just don't know the details at that point. But if there's something you're just really not comfortable with moving it forward with, council should continue it. Ask for those. Come back when you have this thing If you move it forward though with the, some assumption that it's going to get covered later, it may not be what you thought was going to happen. So some of the conversations during hearing doesn't always get documented in those, again, the facts and findings and the development agreement that we review later for those consistencies. So
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Shader.
So just giving a hypothetical example. So if the city council approves something, but they have significant concerns about the elevations, renderings, how is it realistic to hold up the findings for an indefinite amount of time until we see the kinds of renderings and elevations that we'd like to see? Is that realistic? Does that work from, I guess, your standpoint, from a legal perspective? Because what I'm hearing and what I wanted to convey to the public is that once we're done with the findings, the city council has no legal mechanism or oversight to say, this didn't meet our intention and now we need to see changes. It just doesn't work that way. And so that's kind of my question is, if we're really just, the findings are the last stop that we have a chance, how long can we hold up findings on that basis? Like, we've issued an approval, and I guess the approval could say, we're not going to issue your findings until you've provided these revised elevations. But I just want to get some feedback on that.
yeah, so Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, the better approach, you wouldn't necessarily hold up the findings. You would continue the hearing until you got that information. You wouldn't make the findings subject to, because you wouldn't actually be able to do anything with those elevations. You would have to keep the project open so you could review and comment back. And then once you got something you're happy with, then you would direct staff to prepare the findings. So back to kind of the first part of your question, it's not ideal, but it is possible. And in fact, we've done it before. There have been some projects where council wanted to do some de facto design review, maybe not the full process, but there were some elements on some big box buildings that they were concerned about because the community was concerned. They said, come back when you got your elevations. We want to look at them before we give you your entitlement. Before we approve your findings, you bring a design or 2 or 3 or 4 back and let us co-design this with you. Now, would I propose we change our process to that for all projects? No. But it is possible. If you get a project and you're to that level concerned, that's what I would recommend you do, is you continue it until, and you'd work with it. It wouldn't be an indefinite continuation. You'd want to set a date certain, and if they're still not ready, then you continue out again, or whatever's realistic in that. But again, it wouldn't be at the findings, but your point is certainly valid, and one that I want to just make sure everyone understands. That is your bite at the apple, is once the findings and the ordinance are approved, it's kind of in staff's lap at that point. And that's where I'm going to go with this once we're done with kind of this conversation.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Right, but I think that's important. So, it's really not even at the finding stage that we have influence. It's actually at approval. And so the bottom line is, if we have any concerns, and again, even if we've expressed those concerns, I'm at least seeing some gaps between what I thought I was going to see and what our discussion was and what we ended up with on a couple of projects. And again, this discussion is not about removing anybody's entitlements for anything, but it's about understanding how can we do better and how can we kind of level up. But I think the challenge I would put back to staff, and I've said this now a couple times, but I'll say it on the record as well, is I understand all the hurdles and obstacles, and it's very tricky between the code, the UDC, everything. But how can we proactively get on the same page about height specifically? Because height is, I'm not focused on the red stripe at the Costco. I'm not focused on whether you have stone or a color I like. I don't want to get involved in any of that. I don't think any of us have any desire to get into that level of detail. At some point, we just have to trust that staff's going to execute. But how do we hone in on height specifically? Because even my understanding now is, saying 2 stories, 3 stories, that's not going to cut it. Saying that there is a height limitation in a certain zone, for example, there's a 35-foot height limitation in the R8 zone, that is not adequate, because it turns out that there are additional structures that don't count toward that limitation. So my challenge back to staff is, instead of kind of presenting the obstacles and the process as it is today, is there a different approach you guys could come back with? Just think about it. Is there a better way to get clear on height where we can all get total alignment and get a better sense of what we're going to end up with?
And I've been thinking a little bit about this one, just to maybe throw this out there and tell me if it would work or not work, because we've talked about how council did used to see certain things that would come back to design approval. Can we put in our code that says council may request a design review come back? You know, so, because you don't want to necessarily hold up the process where you don't need to arbitrarily. You don't want to do it for all projects, but there are certain projects that you want to have come back and be part. Is that legal? So I'll turn that back to either legal or the team to say if that would work when requested.
Mr. Neri grabbed his microphone, so I assumed he was going to address you all, but
Well, I guess Mr. Members of the council, the question is ultimately going to come, so currently now, Caleb, if you have a design that through the design review process doesn't meet the standards in our current process, what happens? Because that's the question you're going to get to the council. If you have a situation where council says, we want to approve your project, we're going to give you entitlement, we're going to do that, but we wanted to see the design. When the design doesn't meet your standard, then what's going to happen? Because that's why I think Caleb's saying, if that is critical to your approving the project, then don't approve the project till you have it. If it isn't critical to you approving the project, then what's the outcome you want to see when they aren't on the same page as the council? Because you remember, I mean, as we've talked, some of these projects can take 6 months, 6 years, a long time. The same people sitting here may not be the same people that approved it. So there may be a disconnect between what current council may think they would like to see and what was proposed initially. And so that's the question I don't have an answer to today. But that's the question we'd probably be looking at. And I think we'd use what we currently do now as a guide, but I think that's the question we could flesh out and discuss if we want to craft some way to put that into code.
And Mr. Mayor, I will just follow up a little bit on that. Whether it's in code or not, again, from time to time, past councils have taken action where it does say you must come back and amend your development agreement because you don't have this known detail, and council wants to see that before you can move to administrative design review or the next step in the process. I would kind of caution you against doing that again, just code and requiring that with everything. But you certainly have discretion. That is your role at the city when it comes to land use. You get to set the rules for how you deal with land use. So if you want to do that, that's council's discretion. You can change all these processes. So kind of, again, going back to Bruce's opening remarks, we're looking for direction, trying to give you the lay of the land today and how we process things. Anything I say, though, can be amended. That you give us that direction and we go and we change it through the public hearing process and we do it however you want to do it. So we can do it. And again, it has been done. Or there's even pieces of projects. Hey, we're okay with lots 1, 2, and 3 going forward, but until we know what you're doing on 4, 5, and 6, your development agreement, it's basically non-builds in your development agreement. You can build on this side, you come back to council and modify your DA with some more details of your concept here, then we'll give you the next green light, if you will. So again, sort of sky's the limit. You can limit that entitlement to some degree if you're not comfortable. I think back to the point though, once the findings are done, you can't revisit it after that though. You have to do that through, this even goes back to some training earlier this year, right? Your level of discretion at annexation and zoning is the highest. If they want to come into the city and you're looking at rezones with concurrent planned unit developments and plats, that's when you have the most authority to require whatever you need to be consistent with it being in the best interest of our community. So I don't know if that helps. And I've got the height slide for Councilwoman Strader, but I think we're going to double back. We had kind of trying to go through the process and then Bill was actually going to cover height if we can double back to that in a minute, if that's okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I think we'll go there, but before we move on, I just want to say, I think that's an incredibly productive suggestion because from what I understand, at one point in the past, the city council did actually get involved in design review. None of us has a desire to do so again on a widespread basis, but I do think having a mechanism where that can happen on certain projects, because I think we do have an intuition a lot of the time about which projects could be a big problem. Like, I think we do get a sense for that. And if we had the ability to do that, I think that would be a great approach here. I think that's really worth exploring personally.
Well, and Mr. Mayor, if I can just add to that a little bit, you do have that mechanism now. You can do that on a project, but you don't need the code to change. You just do that on a project by project basis. If that one, kind of look at each other, have a conversation and be like, hey, this one may need to come back later.
And that's what I didn't know, if the code had to be changed, or if we'd excluded council's purview, it just only go to staff level. But if they want to do that, they can put that in the findings and make that happen. I just wasn't aware.
That's right. It's not current practice or process to have every project come back to council for design review. And maybe I'll real quickly just sort of walk through that. Mr. Marion.
I was just going to add onto that. I mean, we did do a number of projects in the last 20 years like that, where we had sort of conceptual plans on what to do. And the south of the freeway, we had a lot of those. And what the council said basically was, tell us what you want to do now, and we're comfortable with those. Bring back the rest of those. And it didn't get into the level maybe of design review, but you had a very robust discussion later over what this next phase would look like and what this next section would look like. And then it went to the design process after that. But you definitely did have phases. And what happened occasionally is after a number of years of that, sometimes the developer came back and said, okay, we've done this 6 times. We've built out most of this project. Can we remove that condition for the rest of it? And the council could then decide yes or no. Yeah, we'll do that. We're comfortable, 3/4 of it are built. We're good with the rest of it. We're okay with it going forward. It's not likely to change much anymore. But that was totally within your discretion, and the code allows that now.
Mr. Mayor, just to kind of wrap my portion of this up then, and I think we've touched on a lot of, process-wise, but this is kind of more what staff is looking for. So again, the baseline, kind of the heart, the foundational documents when we're doing the administrative design review and certificate of zoning compliance, which CZC, certificate of zoning compliance, is basically the first step in the building permit process. It's not a building permit, but it is, we're taking sort of those, again, the foundational entitlement documents, verifying that what they're going to be applying for building permit is consistent with those. I will kind of double back a little bit to Mr. Aaron made a comment. So the process then within that, what I didn't include in the slide, sometimes we'll deny a design review application. There is an appeal process, and in our code, we actually have a design review committee that can be called, and they are the mediators in that case. Like everything else, though, ultimately, if they're still not satisfied, it would be reviewed by council, a council review application. But that is the process. There's 5, I can't remember, 5 or 6, a committee of 5 or 6 that we call that would then mediate that and either support the director's determination of approving or denying a design review application.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
And this is actually really helpful for me because I did not understand that this mechanism existed in terms of this committee, or if I did, it's been a long time. And that ultimately exceptions could go to the council. I guess I would just encourage our staff to feel that they could rely on that process. Like, I am concerned that there may be instances where just months and months of battling with somebody it out over and being pushed and pushed, and the goalpost keeps moving, and you just may feel you're just getting worn down. And I guess I would just encourage you to be strong and at some point to feel like, yeah, that committee exists for a reason and the city council is here for a reason. And if I get to that point where I feel like I'm being pushed around, I can rely on those mechanisms. Like, I just want to hear that you guys feel that those are tools you could use, because I personally, like, if you came to me as a council member with like something that had gone to a committee, you still couldn't get it figured out. Like, I don't want us to be involved in designing everything. But if you have some of these situations where you're getting pushed around, I want you to feel like, you know what, I can come to our council. They're here to help too.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, I think this is maybe a good transition to go to Bill then with building height, but I will just address that comment real quick. I think staff is empowered. We also generally work off the mantra of getting to an approval though, right? It's not just you submitted us this and it doesn't comply, we're going to deny it. We'll call you up. We'll tell you what we think is wrong. Are you able to change it so it does comply? So there is this iterative not with all projects, but we want to try to issue the permit. We don't want to try to have appeals of decisions. So generally speaking, we do have those meetings, sometimes they're more than we'd like to have as staff. But generally that is what we try to do. But we do have in the back of our mind, and I believe staff is empowered, and Bill, again, if he wants to, can speak to this a little bit. No, there is that mechanism. Ultimately, if we're just, can't get there. So anyways, I think I went through the information on this slide pretty quickly and didn't even cover all of it actually, but I think just in the interest of time and moving on, I think we can talk about height for a few more minutes if that's appropriate.
Thanks, Caleb. Mayor, members of the council, I know this is a big topic of discussion in the last couple of weeks, so I'm certainly, I've talked with it, I've sent emails out, but I just want to, everything that we do, when I say we, I mean the city, with planning as it relates to zoning codes, we try to marry that up with our international residential code. So in our UDC, our heights are subject to feet that you hear constantly, right? It's 35 feet in most of our residential districts. But we do have a definition in our code for story. And as you know, story can be very subjective in the building code. And that's why we've gone back to the building code. So when we look at height, when we look at stories, that's where we lean on our building department to help us evaluate a structure. So in a case where staff may question a height of a building or say it's approaching that 35-foot height limit, we're going to go to our building department and say, hey, how would the building code look at this? Just like it tells us to do in the code. And that usually works pretty well. We get a pretty good review of that. We're pretty confident how we measure height in feet. Building code does that very well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Shannon.
one thing that I'm still confused about, and I'm just not fully understanding, is we have a 35-foot height limitation in the R8 zone. I see the height exception. Is this the totality of the exceptions? Like, what provision under this height exceptions in Chapter 2 would specifically apply to structures that are meant for a rooftop patio or rooftop pergola? Like, which of these height exceptions does that fall under?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's actually the last one. Other appurtenances usually required to be placed above the level of the ground and not intended for human occupancy. So in those particular cases, sometimes you may have an elevator or staircase for access, and that you have to provide a means of access. So no one's actually living or using that space to live. It's just a means of egress, ingress. So that's how the building code would look at that. And then that's how our code aligns with the building code as well. There's also other provisions in Chapter 2, other exceptions. This is the one that basically applies in certain cases.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, and this is where I'm struggling still. And so maybe if Mr. Neri could help me understand this. So I've never, actually, the word appurtenances has never come up in my day-to-day life. So help me understand how a rooftop patio, as opposed to a rooftop stairwell or elevator bay or something specifically, is an appurtenance required above the level of the ground and not intended for human occupancy. Help me understand that.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, so what a court normally does first when defining items that are common dictionary terms is to look in the dictionary. So I just did that. An appurtenance is simply an accessory or other item associated with a particular activity or style of living. So it really just, for lack of a better word, just means something else. That's really all it is. So if it says there appurtenances are allowed, it's not defining what does that mean. It doesn't say it can only be this or it cannot be that. So anything else can be up there that's related to the building that's not a living space. I think that's how it's been generally interpreted by our planning department or the building department. So whether it's, HVAC systems or heating, cooling areas or whatever else is up there, which can include other things like in this situation, a deck or something else. All of those things are related to the building, but they aren't a living space, and their additional attachments to the building are allowed and not defined or prohibited specifically in code.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I think this is an area of opportunity for us just because it is so broad and it applies to so many things that virtually anything could be an accessory to a building. I mean, we could have somebody that's, I would hope another regulation would stop it from happening, but maybe someone's got like a permanent, rocket or something that, that they want to play in or whatever, or hang out in on top of their building. It could be incredibly high. I mean, there would be absolutely no height limitation to apply to anything on top of a building. That's just very concerning to me, but I appreciate you explaining that. Thank you.
And just to confirm, for human occupancy does not, that refers to that's viewed in one word, not two words in this case, because we have an occupancy here, and granted, occupancy doesn't mean you can live there.
Correct.
But accessible is different.
Right.
Is that how
I think it's been defined in other parts of the code as basically, it certainly can be a usable space because it generally normally is usable for something, whether it's a heating and cooling unit or something else, but it's not livable. So it's not enclosed, it's not insulated, it doesn't have heating and cooling in it, doesn't have living space within it. That would be defined differently. So that's what I think they're looking for.
Well, we won't get into things, but is a shed on top of a building? I'll stop right there, but
Well, a storage unit on top of a building.
that's what I was, yes.
So if you had a storage unit up there, I think we would have concerns from both the building department and the fire department if people were living in it.
Right.
That would be different.
But if it's
To
not
have
storage,
tools in it,
right, that's where I was kind of going with this,
Yeah.
like, could you, buy a shed from Costco and throw it on top of your building?
probably okay, it may be okay, but if you're living in it, no, it probably
Yeah.
wouldn't be okay.
Okay.
So Mayor, members of the council, so this is one certainly like Caleb was alluding to that we can maybe put some greater bookends on, or maybe look at the code and see how we can massage that language, if that's something that the council would like us to do. And I'd also let council know that this same language carries through all the zoning districts. It's just not pertinent to residential districts. It's through residential all the way through in our traditional neighborhood districts and our industrial zones as well. So it's pretty standard language throughout chapter 2.
All right, Mayor and Council. Very good conversation. Love the dialogue. We heard a lot of good ideas from you, and I think at this point, if you agree, we will go back and we will look into these things. We'll pull together the information with Lorelei and her team to look at the dust situation, and last week, Councilwoman Strader had suggested 2 workshops, this one tonight and then one on September 2nd. I think we could come back on the 2nd with some more information on these topics we've talked about tonight, and just as a check-in, and maybe we get some further direction or set the path forward, if that sounds good to you.
Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I just really appreciate that. And I know a lot of work's gone into this. I mean, I think there are 4 areas of opportunity that I kind of heard collectively from everybody. Maybe we need to look at whether there should be tighter guardrails around the staging exception for the construction activities starting before 6 a.m. I'd just like you to look at that and think about it if other people think that's something worth looking at. Some kind of an idea around developers setting out a plan for dust and mitigation of construction impacts. I think if we start seeing some plans, we could take it from there. But it does feel like that at least does set the expectation. Hey, we're focused on this. We care about this, and we want to see that you're being thoughtful about this. So I love that idea of starting with that. I do still, I do still really would, I would love for staff and legal to kind of come back with, how can council request a design approval? I hear what you're saying about putting it in the DA, but I think we need to get a little more honed in on that. And then this appurtenances thing does concern me. I'd love to get some guardrails around that. I don't want to start seeing crazy things. So, I mean, those were kind of the four easiest ones that I've heard so far. And if you guys could kind of come back with your best ideas on these for us on September 2nd, that would be amazing. Because I feel like your teams are in this day to day, and you're probably going to have the best recommended path for us, as opposed to us trying to tell you, because that's been the hard thing. Like, again, we're all the way through approval. Once it's past our approval, it's going into the belly of the beast, and we're just not, and we don't want to micromanage, that's important. I'm just really deeply grateful to all of the city staff and the mayor for pulling this together and letting us talk through these things. That was my short list of things.
And maybe one other thing I don't know why, but don't they already do a SWIP? Would this information being contained in through that process or not at all? Because not always. So I guess but that might be a starting place for some of this conversation, is what would be normally included already that might just be part of our processes or our plans. So it's also articulated. But I've never stopped and pulled a SWIP when I've driven by. Maybe others have. Okay. Council, anything further on this at this time? Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. So two things, council, we can try to plow through these next two things real quick and then take a little break and start our 6 a little late, or we can stop now and start our 6 at 6 and move these two things to the top of the order at 6. Preference? I'd like to give at least a 10-minute break between the two. So we are going to start a few minutes late, just so everyone, either way.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
maybe going ahead and moving these to the start of our next agenda would be a good, and if that's okay with everybody, just be a little bit of a delay for you all, but I would move that we go ahead and do that.
Okay. So we'll add those on to our 6 o'clock meeting. So with that, council will have a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Motion second to adjourn the meeting. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is August 12th, 2025 at 6:05 PM. We'll begin tonight's regular city council meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Little Roberts, Councilman Taylor,
Here.
Councilman Overton,
Here.
Councilman Whitlock,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Mayor Simpson.
Here. Next item is the pledge of allegiance. If you all please rise and join us in the pledge. Okay. We didn't have anyone sign up under the community invocation, so we will move on to adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
we do need to amend the agenda as we stated in our last meeting. So item 31 and item 32 from the work session will become the new items 1 and 2 in this evening's regular meeting agenda, and everything else will just move down.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to amend the agenda by adding items 31 and 32 from the workshop. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to as amended. Next up is public forum. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we do. Just give me one moment. First, we have Doug Humphrey.
Good evening. Say your name and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, I'm Doug Humphrey. Thanks for letting me speak tonight. I'm trying to get this to the right.
Try the arrows on the
There.
keyboard.
Okay. Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. Humphrey.
If you can speak into one of the mics.
Okay. Resident in the Paramount subdivision, and this is regarding the Sagara development at Orchard Park, specifically the Grandview townhomes called the Duet models, which you've heard discussed before, which we understood to be limited to 3 stories, but which we think is clearly turning out to be higher than that. I'd like to focus tonight on 2 questions. 1, what was approved for this? And 2, are they building what was approved for this? The last meeting, I saw Council Member Strader shared this exhibit, which I guess is projected now. And it was also published in the Idaho Statesman piece last week. And I'd like to draw your attention to the rooftop. There's a fairly modest structure on the top that's intended to provide rooftop access. And it's shared between 2 units. So it kind of pushes the 3-story limit, but not too much. How do I get to the next?
Arrow on the keyboard.
Thank you. Anyway, that's not what they're building. The structure now is a lot bigger. That room on the top that was fairly modest in the other image is now a lot bigger. It runs across nearly the entire width of the roof and covers maybe 20 to 25% of the rooftop surface. Now, the developer was quoted in that Statesman article that looks like 4 stories from that angle, but if you go around to the other side, it looks more like 3 stories. Good. If you were in a helicopter looking down, it would probably look like 1 story, so that doesn't help much. Got to get the next image, please. Anyway, that's just getting started. This is from the Grandview website. Now there's a pergola, and a pretty big one, as you can see. There's an elevator shaft off to the left. A retaining wall looks to be about 3 or 4 feet high, running around the perimeter. Really nice furniture, big screen TV on the access wall back there, access wall in air quotes. So what's it going to look like when someone decides to put a cover on the pergola and shades, or even enclose the sides of it? This terrace is an expensive feature and people are going to want to use it, especially on days like today. It's a nice space, no question. I can see the appeal. But it's not just a terrace, it's a living space. It doesn't just look like 4 stories. It is 4 stories. And that's not what I understand was approved. So this appears to be a case of give an inch, take a mile, and it bothers us when developers are allowed to get away with it. There's got to be some kind of mechanism for holding builders accountable to do what the public was led to expect. That's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mayor, next, Jean Marie Ambrosio, I apologize.
Do you need to say your name? You recognize for 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jean Marie Ambrosio. And the headline of the recent Idaho Statesman article about Orchard Park described it as controversial. And that is an apt description. The development of Orchard Park has been problematic from the very beginning. By problematic, I refer to the developers submitting applications for approval, obtaining approval based on those applications, and then returning repeatedly to Meridian City Council to request variances in zoning and building size. Right, wrong, or indifferent, the Orchard Park developers reinforce the belief that developers cannot be trusted and that the city allows developers to build whatever they want. From the get-go, it has been Paramount residents that have been the watchful eyes over what is going on over at Orchard Park. It was Paramount residents who alerted our city council representative to the height of the under construction Grandview townhouses, the lax building practices that resulted in property damage to Paramount homeowners, uncontrolled dust, the lack of response to residents' complaints, and so on. When a project has a history as difficult as Orchard Park, why isn't the city paying a little more attention to what's going on over there? Whatever loopholes may exist currently that allow developers to present one thing in their applications and then build whatever they want, they have got to be closed. The onus is on the city of Meridian to monitor what is being built and to keep developers in check so we avoid such situations as what we're dealing with right now with this Sagara development. It is not the responsibility of the surrounding communities, in this case, Paramount, to play this role. And if it isn't the city's responsibility, then who does it belong to? The residents of Paramount, we are exhausted by Orchard Park and its developers. And quite frankly, we're fed up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Shannon McNall.
Hi, my name's Shannon McNall. Thank you for hearing me. I am not as well spoken as everybody who's been talking about Orchard Park, but I'm here about the dust. I have lived in Paramount for 20 years. We were the second street built in the neighborhood. And I have seen construction through every single phase of the neighborhood and every single development around us. And we've never seen dust like this at our house. And I mean, we basically had houses being built behind us and we didn't see dust like this. I will say that I live 3 rows of houses in. I don't live right behind it. And we recently remodeled our home and painted. It is now caked in dust. It's ruined. That's about $10,000 in damage. We have replaced filter after filter after filter. Everything in our house from the remodel. I'm sure that you guys, if you've remodeled your home, you know how amazing that is to have something new. It no longer feels new. And so what I'd like to say is that please don't give up and just say, I know somebody said that it might be a burden on the city, but right now it's a burden on your residents because I am looking at civil suits in order to think about fixing this. I mean, the burden has come to me and it's come to my finances and our quality of life. And I would also like to say, I know that in the article that it said that there has to be intent. I think the second that I've texted a developer and they said, we're looking into it, or we're following codes, or the guy that with the Facebook article, or not Facebook, Statesman article that commented yesterday, if you look at that string, that just says, well, there's not going to be dust for very long, just relax. That show, and he said that he worked for the development. So that shows you what we're dealing with and the fact that there is intent to ignore the damage that's being done. So I hope that you guys will not give up on us and possibly come up with some stricter enforcements. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Shannon, and good luck tomorrow.
Mr. Mayor, Jen Card.
I'm back. All right, Jen Card, and I am here to talk about Scar and Orchard Park. I want to give you a little bit more of an idea of what people in that neighborhood have been through. This is a picture from my back patio. The one on the left was a common site. The one on the right shows the berm of dirt that lived behind my house for over 9 months. That was halfway up my second story. I hope you hear my sarcasm when I say it was pleasant to walk out there and see employees, contractors up there on top of the berm staring at my house. My teenage daughter's bedroom is on that side of my house. Teenagers thinking that camping out there between there was okay. We asked them to leave. They don't leave. They start a campfire. So we end up calling the police. I mean, those are the kinds of things. And every time the wind blew just a little bit, we didn't just get the snow blowing around, we got the dirt. So that's just a little bit of what it was like. And I finally got a hold of Tony, who's in that article. And after it had been there for 9 months, on spring break of this year, I said, when is it going to go away? And he's like, I'm working on it. Luckily, I came back from spring break and it was gone. But they would move the dirt. They would move the dirt to one side to get to something. They would make it higher. They would cruise over the top with their ginormous equipment. And every time that happened, dust came our way. It damaged everything. You'll love this next one. So on the left-hand side, this is the back side of my fence. I just paid over $4,000 to have that fence replaced. You can see heavy equipment moving dirt on a fence like that that's older, and then having branches stuck up in there literally moved my fence. The center picture, you can see where it broke off from the 4x4 and literally moved back. We'll tell that story. And then the third picture is where it's literally leaning on my shed. We've had broken boards where you can see where my husband just put a piece of wood up over it to hold it together. I have a rescue dog and I was terrified that if she managed to get out of there, I would never get her back. She came from a kill shelter and that just wasn't okay in my mind. So I started calling everybody, got a hold of Tony and he's like, oh, yep, got it. And then the next time I asked him about it, he said, oh, you need to call Taylor Cook. I'm like, who's Taylor Cook? And he said, oh, he's the project manager for Grandview Communities. Got a hold of Taylor. He's like, sorry that happened. I'll take a look. Okay, I have a ton more to say, but I'll be back and finish it up next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have Tyrone Quist.
I am Tyrone Quist, and I have lived on the Linder and Shannon area for over 30 years. I have seen the growth in that area my whole life. I remember when it used to all be farm fields. So the start of the growth there was the Paramount subdivision. So I would say the Paramount subdivision development itself was the eyesore to begin with the whole development. But that being said, I agree with the development going on in this area. And I agree that you, the council, you are making the best decisions. that you can with what you are given, because there are going to be situations, no matter what, that are going to be, someone's going to be mad at this, someone's going to be mad at that, someone's going to like this, someone's going to like that. So I know that in that situation that's going on right now, that there's going to be both sides. That being said, I would like to know that with that building that's being built, were you guys aware of what was actually happening? Was that actually submitted correctly? I feel like it was, and that they submitted their plans, but is that something you're aware of, or are they actually indeed changing stuff along the way? Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I had a, never mind, Lois Column.
Hi, my name's Lois Collum. I actually live at Linder and Meridian, so this is McMillan, so this is actually quite interesting to listen to the Orchard Park situation, but that's not why I'm here. I am a swim instructor, and I have a swimming pool in my backyard.
Lois, sorry, this is actually, so this is what I was going to ask the mayor and city attorney about. This is related to the UDC hearing later tonight. So I'll let you.
Mr. Mayor, that is that is a legislative action that can be commented on, but it might be more relevant when the UDC presentation is. But again, I don't know if she can be here, so I guess if she wants to put her information on the record, she can.
I just want to say a positive thank you for looking at changing the code. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's everyone that signed up.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will move on to our department commission reports, and we'll go to item 1, which was added onto the agenda, which is the Public Works Fiscal Year 2026 Republic Service Annual Rate Adjustment for Solid Waste Collection Services, and turn this over to Mr. Freitag.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you for your time tonight. While they're loading that, I'm here to talk to you about the FY26 solid waste fee schedule proposal from Republic Services. Also need to touch on some billing changes we're going to recommend for household hazardous waste as well. So, good news is this is a very simple discussion tonight. Republic Services is proposing a standard contractual increase this year. There we go. Of 5.46%. This is in alignment with the franchise agreement. So just to remind everybody, our franchise agreement allows for an annual adjustment of 90% of the consumer price index each year. This year, that measured out at 6.07%. 90% of that is 5.46. That's how we arrive at that number. The table you see there just kind of indicates that trash and recycling services is what's subject to that. There is other elements that go into the overall solid waste fees. Disposal is one. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Household hazardous waste I'll address at the end. And there is an alternative fuel tax credit that we'll talk about as well. Probably important to note that staff and the Solid Waste Advisory Commission had the opportunity to go through all of this data. We presented this to SWAC at their last meeting. They had an opportunity to ask questions, and they recommended adopting the proposed fee schedule as it is seen. I know Commissioner Corey is here. If you have any questions that you'd like to address to him, Republic Services is also available if you've got questions for them. So looking at what this would do for just an average customer, this table that you see at the bottom is for a standard 95-gallon customer trash container. So the 5.46% increase on the trash and recycling services equates to about $1.19, right? So your current fee you see in column under the FY25, add $1.19 to that, that takes you out to $22.94. All right, disposal is a pass-through cost. That's determined by the Ada County landfill, right? And just to give you some background on that real quickly, Ada County just finished a cost of service study for their landfill operations, and they're in the process of updating all of their fees associated with that right now. So The disposal fee, which is what we refer to as the tipping fee up there, is currently $32 a ton. Their cost of service study recommended a 3% increase, takes it to $33 a ton. The 11 cents you see there is what that equates to for the average account. All right. The VTEC that you see there is the energy efficiency tax. Republic Services operates energy efficient vehicles. The federal government gives them a tax credit for that. They share that rebate with us, and that is turned around as a discount on the customer's bill. So in bottom line here, really the most important thing, it's a $1.30 increase overall to an average customer going forward. This slide just gives you a little more detail on some of the components of the fee. Really talked about most of this. I'll address household hazardous waste as a separate topic when we get into that piece. And we talked about the landfill. Always interesting to see how we compare. This table just kind of shows you what the overall costs around the valley are. I always hesitate when I show a graphic like this, just to remind everybody, every single city has different services. Each contract is unique, but it does give you at least a sense of where we fall and whether the rates are competitive or not. So, and then finally, just a look at what we're doing going forward. Not looking for any action on this tonight. This is really just informational, and make sure you don't have any questions. So I'll hold there and entertain any questions.
Council, any questions for staff? Okay.
Next item is related to household hazardous waste.
We're moving on to item 2, Public Works Household Hazardous Waste Billing Change. Recognize Mr. Freitag for item 2.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some background on this. So prior to this year, our mobile household hazardous waste service was part of an overall county-wide contract. Ada County decided at the end of 2024 to terminate that agreement, go out and do a new solicitation, and went through an RFP process to pick a new service provider. At that time, they informed the city that they really did not want to be involved in the mobile site operations, which makes sense. They don't have anything really to do with that. So it forced the city to go out and contract with that vendor, develop our own contract, and kind of manage that process internally ourselves. We participated in the RFP process with the county, selected Clean Earth as the service provider, and negotiated a new contract. That took effect at the beginning of FY25. Today, that contract is in effect. They bill the city directly because we have a direct contract with them. However, we still collect that fee through our Republic Services trash fee. That was something we continued through this year. So it's something that's always been there. It's not a new fee, it's an existing fee, but Republic Services has historically collected that fee for us. The way we handled that this year was we simply short paid them their franchise fee based on whatever the monthly invoicing was. The process works. It's a little cumbersome. We want to clean it up. So what we would like to do going forward is we want to decouple that household hazardous waste fee from the Republic Services fee. So pull it out of what is the trash service fee now. It'll become a standalone fee on the utility bill on a monthly basis. The customers will see it. And we will not be changing anything in terms of service, location, contract, any of that kind of stuff. But it'll just become another city fee, managed like all of our fees, and go through the normal fee process each year. This slide just shows you essentially what it is currently today. The fee is 24 cents. Our contract cost divided by our number of customer accounts is how we determine what the new fee is. It's actually just a few pennies less than what it was before. So we're proposing a fee of 21 cents for FY26. Like I said, not a new fee, but it will show up on the bill. And so that'll be a change. We do recognize that people will see that, maybe not be accustomed to that. So we do plan on a certain amount of outreach to go through this. This is a list of some of the things that we're planning on doing. I suspect there'll be some more as well, but just wanted to make sure that council was comfortable with that approach. give you a chance to ask any questions if you're concerned, and kind of keep you up to speed on that. So I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Alex. Council, any questions? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you staying here late. Rochelle owes you one. Okay, with that, we'll move on to item 3, which is the modified final plat for South Ridge, MFP 2025-0002. And we will turn this over to Bill, who's filling in tonight.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. You're correct, Mayor. I am filling in for Sonia this evening since I'm here before you to present the UDC code changes here later on in the evening. But this first item on the agenda is a final plat modification. Typically, these aren't in front of you. They'll usually get put on a consent agenda because it's just a yes or no. But in this particular case, staff wanted to bring this before you because the issue that's part of this final plat modification this evening was a directive by council, and it specifically has to do with the required fencing along the Reidenbach Canal. This site is again part of the South Ridge subdivision, so it's about a quarter mile east to south on the south side of 10 Mile Road or Overland Road, quarter mile east of South 10 Mile Road. The preliminary plat was approved in 2021. The final plat was approved in 2022. As this council is aware, Reidenbach is a large canal, so typically within our code, we require fencing to be along that waterway for public safety. As part of the public hearing process, the applicant had requested that they put up chain link fence to match the existing South Ridge development. Council had discussions around that particular topic, and they wanted a more decorative style fencing. And so they had required a condition of approval to put in wrought iron fencing. Since that time, the applicant is close to recording their plat. They're in for what we call final plat signature. And in order for us to recommend signature on the plat, they need to adhere to their conditions of approval. And of course, one of those conditions of approval has to do with the required wrought iron fencing. So staff cannot recommend the city engineer sign off the plat until we get this issue resolved this evening. So the applicant has worked with the irrigation district and their fence provider, and the reason why they elected to go with the style of fencing that's currently constructed on the site is for Nampa Meridian wanted the fencing to be easily removed, so they were requiring a sleeved fence system. So if they had to get in there and do maintenance in the canal, they could remove sections of the fencing. And according to the vendor, wrought iron did not come that way, so that's why they went ahead and did the black coated vinyl chain link fencing, and the applicant does have a photo of that to share with you, so you can see what's currently constructed if you have any questions about that. So again, it's in the staff report, in the hearing outline before you this evening, there is a recommendation to the change of that condition in front of you. So again, you made the decision, so if the council's inclined to reverse that condition and allow the existing fencing to remain, then staff does have that condition ready for you to take action on tonight. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Bill, council, any questions for staff? Okay. Now, so this isn't a public hearing. So are we open to any input from anybody on this item, Mr. Neri? As we have reference to the applicant having the information, is there any harm?
There is not.
Okay. All right. Would the applicant like to come provide a visual of the information presented?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Jason Densmer. I'm a principal and civil engineer with the Land Group. Our address is 462 East Shore Drive in Eagle. I've been lucky to work with the developer of Southridge for many years now. We're on the goal line of this first phase of the Southridge South portion of the project. And Bill, I think, did a great job laying out kind of our case. We find ourselves kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place here. The city of Meridian in your final plat approval, actually I think it was the preliminary plat approval, applied this condition of approval for the project requiring the installation of a black wrought iron fence along the pathway on the Reidenbach Canal. It was, having listened to that meeting again, just to refresh my memory from 2021. It was largely an aesthetic preference, it seemed like, from council at that time. We've now completely constructed the project. All of the improvements are complete and signed off by all of the agencies, and we'd like to get signature on our final plat, which is with the city today, except for this issue about the fence type. So what happened was that the contractor tried to execute what was shown on our construction drawings of a removable type fence, and they were not able to do that with a wrought iron type fence because of in order to make it removable, they determined that you'd have to completely disassemble the fence if Nampa Meridian needed access to the canal and to do their maintenance. And so the contractor looked around, and there are many other nearby locations where a black vinyl coated chain link fence had been installed, both along the Reidenbach Canal, around some ACHD facilities, all within quarter to a half mile of the project. And so they're very representative of the context that we have here. And they went ahead and installed the fence. Now we know that they should have probably asked more questions about that and gotten approval before, but that horse is kind of out of the barn. So I wanted to come tonight and ask for your approval to change the condition of approval to accept the black vinyl coated chain link fence as the condition of approval instead of the wrought iron fence as the condition states today. Just to maybe give you a little bit more background, I don't know that that would be a significant compromise for you. I've already explained that the Nampa Meridian requirements are that the fence be removable. Part of that is so that they can complete the maintenance that they do. The chain link fence is also much more durable when Nampa Meridian is doing that maintenance. The wrought iron fence is truly not wrought iron. They're mostly all aluminum these days. And it's not as resilient if the canal were to burn the weeds and do some of the other maintenance activities that the canal companies do. The other thing is that, by being chain link, it is much more easily removable so they can get it out of the way when they do need to do maintenance. And then lastly, and this is strictly my opinion, but I do think that maybe the black vinyl coated chain link is more aesthetic than the wrought iron is. The picture that's on the screen is of the actual installed fence. It's my opinion, I guess, that the black vinyl coated chain link actually kind of disappears. The fence fabric itself is much more transparent. And so as you're using the pathway, you can see through it better than a wrought iron fence would provide. All the numerous pickets on a wrought iron fence are much more prominent. They catch the light. And it's my opinion that this really kind of blends in. So you only really see the posts and the top rail. So that's the best case I can offer. I'm asking for some relief tonight and a change to our condition of approval so we can move forward. Do you have any questions for me?
Council, any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Again, it's not a public hearing, so there's nothing to open, nothing to close. I think it's an up or down on approval, yes or no.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I appreciate the explanation. I would caution you. It's always better to come and ask for an approval before you build something, just as a general matter. I understand how we got to this spot. I appreciate that it's vinyl coated. I do think that that goes a long way toward improving the aesthetics. So with that, I mean, it's driven by the irrigation district. This seems like a pretty straightforward thing that we need to do for practical reasons. After considering all staff and public testimony, I move to approve file number MFP 2025-0002 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Motion a second to approve item MFP 2025-0002. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is agreed to. Okay. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to proposed updates to Meridian City Code Title 8 regarding addressing. Mr. McClure.
Mayor and council, thank you for having me here tonight. Again, City Code Title 8 addressing code changes. This is for discussion and asking for approval tonight. Since addressing might be newer to some on council, I wanted to provide some quick context before the changes. Our addressing technicians do code compliance, participate in agency reviews, and there's a great deal of technical workflows, not just within the city, but multiple agencies. There exists a county-wide addressing exchange known as ACX. This is a very high-level view of what those interagency systems do. There's complex workflows that exist for Ada County, and those serve as prerequisites for much of our work. Examples of steps include recording subdivision plats, street name review, and then quality control checks back and forth. Most of that is 911 related. Meridian has its own workflows, but the intent here is just to show database function. Meridian's addressing database is known as MEAD, M-E-A-D. Addressing is used by Ada County Assessor's Office and Dispatch, Google, Esri. It's used for billing and asset management and is a cornerstone of the Acela enterprise permitting system. Back to the purpose tonight, there was a detailed memo in your packet, and so I'm going to broadly cover 2 topic areas, and then we can drill in any questions if you have any. The first topic area overlaps with Title 11 UDC changes on accessory dwelling units. AD-related changes in both Title 8 and 11 are intended to align with building code. For addressing-related changes specifically, there was also some legal department-led work, and this is sort of a follow-up to that. We're adding in broad definitions for single, multi, and accessory dwellings. High level, we have a term for ADU to serve general communication, to serve for general communication. Lots of things by definition are an ADU. Planning and building also have specific standards. We're saying that if you don't meet the standards for an ADU, not just the definition, then you're non-conforming. You have to meet both the standards and the definition to be a conforming. What that means basically is we're trying to define when we will address an ADU. So if you meet the standards and definitions, we will give you an address. If you don't meet the standards and the definitions, we will not give you an address. The ADU standards here are generic, as are the definitions. And again, this is intended to work with other title codes. So Title 11 UDC and then building code. The second group is for consistency changes. A big one is removing a section of code for multifamily residential. The United States Postal Service does not want that. We're not allowed to do that anymore, but our code still references it. We used to address multiple buildings on a single lot with letter identifiers, but again, that's no longer allowed. That system also has a habit of breaking. When you have a parcel of land that subdivides later in the future, you have to readdress everything in that apartment complex, and no one likes to go through an address change when they don't want to. There's also some additional code describing the handling multi-unit residential apartment buildings and a new figure to help with education and transparency. And on that topic of transparency, the city's not done a great job of this historically. We have apartments that are numbered in all sorts of ways, and while we don't do that anymore, we're trying to just make sure it's clear why we're doing it and not lose sight of that in the future. The other change is to codify current practice for assigning suites to buildings, so not multifamily, but non-residential units. Nothing has changed here in recent practice, but this codifies it. The emphasis, again, is consistency. There are many influences in how addressing is done, including USPS, 911 Association, or NENA standards, fire and building code. None drill down into the weeds, but in all conditions, they usually emphasize consistency. New coding, especially figures, are hopefully helpful to others for better conveying local expectations and practice. We have been much better here than we have for apartments. There are no process changes with any of this. It's all current standard operating process. This is just education and transparency. We sent these proposed changes to Ada County early. The assessor's office drives addressing for 911, and they also handle street naming and centerline data for roads and GIS. And we also discussed and coordinated with the fire department. We also presented the proposed changes to P and Z on June 26th. Title 8 changes don't typically go to P and Z, but since they do on occasion have to hear appeals for addressing issues, and since it does relate to the Title 11 changes you'll be hearing later, we thought it was a good idea. They had no concerns with any of the changes, but there was one concern or one question that seemed to express concern as to whether we try to retroactively push old ADUs through this new system, this new process. We are not. We will go back through and find recent in the current system ADUs that have been approved and make sure they have an address, but we're not going to shop that. It's just for if they come back in for a future building permit of some type. That's the overview. We're hoping to bring this back to you in the future for an ordinance. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions or entertain a discussion.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Brian. Councilman Taylor.
Brian, thank you. I read through your memo. It seemed like it was pretty straightforward. The changes all worked out, but some of your comments prompted just a couple of questions, maybe for my own clarification. When you were speaking about multifamily addressing, that we moving away from having letters for buildings, we obviously have that in the city. We wouldn't be retroactively going back and saying, okay, you know, building A, B, and C here, we're going to change it to an actual number. Is that part of some of the process, or do we just say from this point forward, this is how we'll be doing addressing for multifamily?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, the latter is the correct part. We have to actually hold a public hearing for anything over 5 address changes, and we have no intention of doing that. We actually have projects in the queue that have been in the queue for years, and they're still moving forward with those letter identifiers, even though the USPS hasn't allowed them for some years now. No, we're not going to change them.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, one more follow-up.
Councilman Taylor.
Can you, speaking of ADUs, I read through some of the changes in definitions and how the ADUs are oriented to the street, et cetera, but your comment about standards also needing to be compliance with the standards for ADU, can you just give me a little more clarification by what you mean with what are the standards that need to be achieved for it to qualify as an ADU from the city's perspective?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, that's a great question. I'm not super familiar with the Title 11 standards. Bill Parsons is here if you want to go there. I can speak to some of the building code standards. One of them, for example, is that you have to have fire separation. So if you're in a detached unit, you can be an ADU. If you're attached, you can't actually have any, there's a word for this and I can't remember right now, but you basically can't have any sort of a doorway. You can't move between those 2 units at all. They have to be completely separated per building code. That's the standard. So if you build a quote ADU for like a mother-in-law quarter and it has a door between them, it's not an ADU, it's just an expansion.
So, Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up. So in that case, you just have to have an exterior doorway to access. You can't have an internal doorway between is that what you're saying?
To be an ADU and to have an address, yes, you'd have to have an exterior door and no interior doorway.
And that's an example of a standard.
Yes.
I would appreciate, Bill, if you had some more context just to provide on what kind of standards we're talking about. If maybe Brian captured all of it, but if there's any more you can provide, that would be helpful as I'm thinking through this.
Mayor and council, that will certainly be part of our discussion on the UDC changes. We are proposing language changes to that, the specific use standards. So Caleb will go into that more detail if you could hold off. But essentially, I think Brian hit it on the head. He's taking his effort to align with building code, and we're taking our UDC standards to align with building code. So it really is kind of a tag team effort between the various community development departments or divisions to make it all align and get a better handle on how to approve an ADU, what constitutes an ADU and what doesn't. So again, if you can be a little patient tonight, we'll definitely get into those details with you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, just as one example, there's a square footage limit for an ADU. You can't have an ADU that's bigger than the primary residence, for example.
Council, any additional questions for staff this time? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
So council will move on to our action items this evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman, or Mr. Neri, Councilor Neri, so
Mr.
yes.
Mayor, members of the council, and I apologize. I got some emails that came in right before our 4 o'clock meeting that I did not see, and Mr. Johnson has pointed out to me. It's a slight error, not a huge error, but I wanted to make sure we made it clear on the record. And I'll just make a real quick comment about it that we can make sure the public knows if there was anybody that was listening tonight for this item. But back in May, we had an item before you for a public hearing called Latitude 43. It's an item that was on Wells Street. It was a application. It was H 20240059. It was continued at that meeting to tonight. And it was required that we renoticed it and that the city would pay for the renoticing. In the interim, there was a request by the developer to continue from the August 12th meeting to a later meeting, and we hadn't noticed it yet. We hadn't sent any public notices at that particular time when that was requested. So the decision was made internally to add it to tonight's meeting with an acknowledgement that a later request was made and that we would properly notice for the later date, which I think is in September. Yeah. So what got missed was it didn't get added to tonight's meeting for that notification to the public that tonight's meeting we continued. It wasn't noticed for tonight, but it should have been on the agenda for tonight. And then we would have done exactly what we're doing now, is just acknowledging that we sent a notice for later. We're going to have it in September. The notices have been sent. The advertising has been done. All of that's been taken care of properly. I don't know if anyone was paying attention to tonight's meeting or intended to be here for that. But again, I saw some of these right before the meeting started, so I apologize, Mr. Mayor. I should have brought this to your attention. But I thought at this point of the meeting, we're right before the public hearing, we should at least make note that tonight was originally supposed to be a hearing date for Latitude 43. It is moved to September. It has been noticed for that date. It will be signed properly for that, and everything has been done properly for that. But if anyone was either listening tonight or here for Latitude 43, I apologize, it wasn't noticed on the agenda as it should have been, but we are going to move it to a new date, and we have addressed that part of it. So I don't know if anyone was here for that. I wanted to make you aware, Mr. Mayor. And again, I apologize we didn't bring it to you sooner.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Neri. Councilman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just a point of personal privilege for one moment. I do see the gentleman that addressed us earlier has hung around, and I think he'd like to chat. We're not allowed to respond. Yep, we're not allowed to respond to public comments because they're not on a noticed agenda. But sir, I wanted to let you know I'm available to meet with you after this meeting if that's helpful, if you want to ask your questions. I just wanted to tell you that if there's time, so, or follow up afterward.
Thank you. All right, so with that, we're not opening up any public hearing on CR 2025-0002, but do we need to make a motion to move it, or even not even do that because it wasn't noticed properly?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, since it wasn't properly noticed, we have actually done the proper noticing for the next meeting on September 9th.
Okay, so for those that were here for potentially or online for the CR 2025-0002, there's no comments, conversation, or actions on that item tonight either. And that will be on the September 12th date, so we said?
September 9th.
9th, sorry, okay. So with that, we will actually move on to item 6, 4 on the agenda, but 6 in our knowledge. Public hearing for Touch March H 2025-0012. I'll open this public hearing for staff comments.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicant has again requested continuance of this item to the September 2nd hearing is what their date they've requested it to. They didn't have any representatives tonight available to attend the hearing, but also since the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, there's been quite a few conversations had with the residents living in Touchmark. So I believe the applicant needs more time to address some of those current concerns with the existing residents that live there as they transition to you on the hopefully the 2nd. But that's what staff has on this particular item this evening. Again,
Okay.
applicants requesting continuance.
Okay. Councilman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, just a question then. Is planning recommending that we continue this later than September 2nd in order to give the applicant additional time? I just want to understand what that comment was about.
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, I never discussed it with the applicant. All I've seen was the email asking for it to be continued. I can tell you I've received multiple phone calls from the residents, and they certainly want to be here on that evening or a evening. I did tell them that they are requested the September 2nd hearing, but it was, again, your prerogative to pick that date or grant that continuance. But I know we can anticipate some public testimony that evening.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So I guess a question for the city clerk. And so that, I mean, that would give them 3 weeks to try to work through some things. And hopefully if the one thing I would caution the applicant if they watch this later is we do frown on multiple continuances, especially when there is a public hearing involved. And so if they would need an additional continuance or to move this again, that it would really be in their best interest to do that sooner rather than later so that we don't get members of the public very upset because they're attending a hearing that then gets continued again. But with that, my question was just for the clerk regarding what the agenda is like on the 2nd and what that looks like so we know if we can fit that in.
Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, it is pretty light, so we do have space for that.
Okay, fantastic. Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So with that, I move that we continue file H 2025-0012 to September 2nd.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to continue this item to September 2nd. Is there a discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. Next up is a public hearing for the proposed Fall 2025 Activity Guide Fee Schedule of the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department. Turn this over to Mr. White.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, thanks for having me tonight. In front of you are our fall activity guide fees and some of the classes that we're preparing to provide for the community. You'll see some listed on the paper there, the current fee and the new proposed fee. Some of the increases really are just based on the number of classes per session. If there was 5 Tuesdays in the month compared to 4 up and down. So that's really the changes there. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, council. Any questions for staff? Okay. Ms. Clerk, are you going to set up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, there are no signups.
Is there anybody present who would like to provide testimony on this item, either in the room or online? You can use the raise your hand feature. Seeing no one raising their hand or coming forward, council, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
I move we close the public hearing on the proposed Fall 2025 Activity Guide Fee Schedule.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Next item on the agenda is resolution number 25-2531 regarding the resolution adopting the fall 2025 activity fee guide schedule of the Meridian Parks and Recreation Department.
Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
approval of resolution number 25-2531, adopting the fall 2025 activity guide fee schedule for the Meridian Parks and Recreation.
Have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 25-2531. Is there any discussion? If not, this roll call. If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is agreed to. With that, we'll move on to public hearing for UDC text amendment ZOA 2025-0001. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Excited to be here tonight. You know, every year we come before you to present our yearly code changes before you. Caleb and I will be tag teaming this evening. He'll take a portion of some of the changes and I'll go over, highlight some of the other major changes. We certainly don't intend to go through every one of them line by line with you this evening. But I wanted to, hopefully you all had a chance to look at these. I know Council President Kavner wanted me to get these to you sooner rather than later, and I sent that out as I transmitted this application before the Planning and Zoning Commission, so you guys had enough chance to read through all of it. Again, There's multiple pages, and as I always discuss with you, every time I'm presenting, the code changes seem to grow. They start out as one focused, a few changes, and then by the time I meet with the UDC focus group and our stakeholders, it ends up being a lot more robust than what we planned on, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. So Caleb will tackle the flex space standards for you this evening, and then also the ADUs, and then I plan on covering private streets, fencing, and then the home occupations, since we have somebody in the audience thanking you for that effort. And then certainly highlight, there's a few other ones that I want to highlight because obviously you guys directed staff to make those changes based on some public hearings from your previous past. So without further ado, again, it doesn't have to be such a formal process. If you stop me during my presentation, have questions about a code change, I'm certainly welcome that and provide you any context on why we landed on that particular code change. I'd also mention to the city council that on August 4th, I was in front of the Transportation Commission presenting the proposed drive-through changes. It was more informational for them. Obviously, they wanted to formulate a recommendation on those changes, but again, it was information, and they didn't feel comfortable doing that since it was new to them. But again, it was shared with them in an effort for them because they are dealing with some of these drive-through issues that are popping up in our community. So I did appreciate the dialogue with them a week or so ago. So with that, I'll go ahead and a lot of these definitions were added to just, again, align with building code. Caleb will touch on some of those as he gets to his ADU standards. But at least something that I want to point out to council tonight is the fence code. I won't go through all of those changes, but it's unique to this council. At least it was unique for me, is because we're actually repealing and replacing the fence code. So because there were so many changes, it was a joint effort between code enforcement, legal, and planning. As you guys were aware, before we move forward with these current round of code changes, we were in front of you asking you, hey, these are things that we're going to be bringing forward to you, and fencing was one of those topics. And you said, yeah, go ahead and proceed, because we were getting makeshift fences and what constituted a fence, and we were getting tarps in people's backyards and all of these weird public art in people's backyards, right, that were defined as fencing. So we're trying to bridge that gap and help our code enforcement partners administer the code more easily. And so that's where in our code changes, we went through, again, the code, some new items, but for the most part, it's kind of just cleaning up the fence code and then restructuring what we currently had, and also includes some new exhibits. So nothing new or riveting to share with you. Again, there's still maximum 6 feet in height, 8 feet in height in commercial industrial districts. We do get we've updated the graphics so people can look at those, the fencing. Our graphics are dated in the code, so I have to thank Brian for his effort of preparing those new graphics, and that will be inserted into the new fence code as well. And I'll share those with you probably later in the presentation, but I don't want to get into those details too much. But I do, at least it coincides with why we also changed how we measure the fencing, and then also the new definition. Another unique definition that we added to our code was the definition of a sidewalk. And believe it or not, I know this council understands it, but whenever you meet with code enforcement, they have some of the oddest stories about how people try to interpret codes. And so again, this was another effort that we worked with them on, making sure we define what a sidewalk is so that they can have that as an enforcement tool. If people are blocking sidewalks with fencing or basketball hoops or whatever else it may be, trucks, trailers, there's a mechanism for them to do that. And that kind of segues me down to the one item that I did want to highlight that you asked staff to work with the development community on, and that was item 11-3A-17D. If you recall, there was a project in South Meridian where sidewalk wasn't necessarily required by ACHD on one side of the road. And we didn't have a mechanism in code to waive a sidewalk on a public street. And so you asked us to add that to our list, and we did. And so you can see here that's been added with the word may, so it's not a shall, you may ask that. And then obviously the applicant has to give you some justification of why it's not required or necessary. And then I don't know if, I'll go ahead and stick with drive-throughs since that is a big topic in our community. As you all know, I tried to present these to you last year with our code changes and council said, pump the brakes, Bill. Go back, work with the UDC focus group, see what we can do better. As you all know, we all know drive-throughs aren't created equally. Some have a lot of traffic and some have no traffic. It's just depending on how you see it. So currently the way the code works is if you're within 300 feet of a residential district or another drive-through, you got to go through a conditional use process, regardless of whether it's a bank drive-through or a restaurant drive-through. It's an automatic CUP. With the standards before you this evening, we're still going to require CUPs in certain instances. It's, again, if you're within 300 feet of a residential residence, yes, you're going to, or district, you're going to still require that CUP. If you're going to convert an existing drive-through to a more intense drive-through, you're going to trigger CUP. Because again, if it's a very easy drive-through and it didn't have a lot of trip, say for example, a bank goes out of business and then it's converted to a drive-through restaurant, which has occurred, that's a different use. There's different trips. There's different ways how cars circulate through the site. So we felt that was appropriate. Again, Old Town, you're going to get a conditional use. And then also, the one thing that I appreciated adding to this list was if you don't meet the standards, you're going through a CUP. So again, we have more express standards with our drive-throughs. The other, I think the council was aware of the Chick-fil-A that came before you recently, and they asked for you to, on that appeal, because we couldn't approve the drive-through because they wanted to eliminate their escape lane. We're like, there's no way to do that. And so under this proposal, again, if Chick-fil-A wanted to come back and have you take that under consideration, they could, because this would allow them to do that because they want to eliminate that escape lane. That's something you can take under advisement as you deliberate on the application. The other thing we did with this particular code change is we broke drive-throughs into different tiers and different impacts. So again, tier 1, I think that's something that the council really wanted to see. A bank and a pharmacy drive-through is not the same as a Chick-fil-A or In-N-Out or Dutch Bros. Again, some of the comments, then a tier 2 and a tier 3, they're primarily restaurants, but just depending on what you need to function as your restaurant. So it really comes down to the operational needs. It's not really a change in use. It's just how your how your drive-through functions from other restaurant uses. Now, I can tell you when I was in front of the Transportation Commission, they're like, what's the difference between 1 stacking lane or 2 stacking lanes? And there really isn't. A developer or an applicant could come in and say, I can function with 1 drive-through, and they have to prove that up. And they have to meet the standards. Again, it's really, what are your operational needs? You show us what you need to operate and prove it up, and then we can determine if you're tier 1 or tier 2, or tier 2 or tier 3, excuse me. And then what we have also done is have a minimum width for escape lanes and stacking lanes. That's something that we didn't have clearly defined in the code. We also required minimum vehicles to be stacked. So again, for a tiered 1, so you can see here for stacking lanes for a tier 2 or tier 3, which is your restaurant use, you got to provide a stacking lane for a minimum of 6 vehicles. So essentially that's a 120-foot stacking lane for each drive aisle, and then provide that escape lane. So that's 3 lanes that they would have to provide as part of their drive-through to make sure that they're not backing up on the public right of way or obstructing site circulation within a commercial development. And then that tier 1 has lesser standards because the intent is, again, it would have less queuing needs and quicker turnaround for the drive-through use like a bank or a pharmacy. And then we also went as far as saying that the length of the vehicle, we defined We didn't want them to come in with Toyota Priuses at a 12-foot length vehicle. We said, no, your minimal stacking vehicle has to be 20 feet in length. So again, I know this body's heard the word queuing analysis. What is that? Well, that's a purview of ACHD, not really the city. They're the transportation authority. And I think, as I mentioned to you, we were going to go that route and require a queuing analysis, but we're not technical experts on that. And what does that mean? What we're trying to do is just prevent vehicles from stacking on public right of way. And that's where ACHD has that discretion to say, we think you're going to do that, provide us a queuing analysis. So all we've really done with our ordinance is ask for a queuing exhibit, which again defines the length of the vehicle and how many you have to provide in your stacking lane. So that was our compromise that we made as we worked with the UDC focus group on these changes. So again, I think these are good changes. They're positive changes. And I know the UDC focus group was very receptive of that. And we did look at multiple jurisdictions codes and kind of mesh that with what we currently had. So I think it will work well. And again, I feel confident in what we have here, but certainly happy to get any feedback from the council on this particular topic before we transition to anything else.
Mayor?
Councilman Strayer.
I just wanted to compliment, actually Councilman Overton. I feel like really raised the alarm on the need for this. And I just am very appreciative of my colleague for helping to work through this. And I feel like planning staff has done a phenomenal job of trying to bring this concept forward. So I'm very supportive of this concept, and I feel like this really takes us in a great direction where we're differentiating the way that we should.
Mayor, members of the council, I know Council President Kavner was interested in maybe requiring CUPs for tier 3. I didn't know if that's something that you wanted to entertain or if you felt comfortable that with the design standards we have, if you still want to leave that in that administrative realm, if they can meet these design standards and still allow them to go through that staff level approval. Something that I know was brought up as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
I was lucky enough to sit in on the meetings with the stakeholders when we went over this, and I appreciate what staff has done. Can't help but be just a little, I still have unanswered questions. For example, it just looks to me by the amount of land that's required between a tier 1 and a tier 3 that we've got situations where we're going to have pads approved on our development where the applicant's going to want to put in a drive-through. And are we going to have the tools to say, we're going to approve that for a drive-through establishment, but it will only be approved for a tier 1 or tier 2, but the pad's not big enough for a tier 3. Are we going to have some additional guardrails so when we see an application come before us for a drive-through on a parcel, as opposed to the actual business coming in, are we going to have any of that additional information? Just because the way these are structured for the type of businesses that could come in, to me, it's kind of like having a roundabout versus a traditional signal. The tier 3 is going to take up a little bit more real estate than a tier 1. And I want to make sure that we have some sort of parameter set as we go through and look at applications. The other thing that concerns me, and I just want to make sure we're always thinking about it, because I am going to be a big proponent when it's a tier 3, when it's one of these drive-throughs with the raging fans. I think it still should be a CUP coming in front of us to make sure that we really dot the i's and cross the t's and we're putting it in the right place. But I want to know if we have something in place at your level in planning. So if we have someone that might try to squeeze at what would normally be a tier 3 drive-through in as a tier 1 or tier 2 to fit their location, do you think you have the tools necessary to say, no, you guys are the big dogs, you're not going to apply for a tier 1 or tier 2?
Mayor, members of the council, I think we do. It's like you said, there's always going to be, I think there's always going to be somebody that tries that. I'm not going to sit here on the profess that someone won't try to do that. But again, like I had mentioned to you, if they can't meet that requirement, they can go through a CUP. And that will, again, that's going to Planning and Zoning Commission, not necessarily City Council, because conditional use permits go to the commission, not necessarily the City Council. So that's something that the council has to be cognizant of or aware of, that's that next level. And again, if it's, again, that can be appealed up to you if someone doesn't support staff's recommendation or city council or the commission's decision. So there's still mechanisms in code to allow that. But certainly if someone was to meet with us and they submitted, say, for example, a certificate of zoning compliance or design review for their drive-through, and we're like, you sure this is going to work? And we don't feel like there is, then we always have discretion in the code to go to the director and say, hey, what are you thinking? Do we have enough information to approve this drive-through, or should we send them through a CUP? And we try to collaborate. We always are collaborating on those types of discussions as a department.
Mr. Mayor, just a quick follow-up.
Councilman Overton.
Bill, I appreciate that because ultimately the goal, and I think the goal of everyone on council, is to make sure that we're approving the right drive-through for the right location, where it has the least impact on traffic on other collector streets or arterials, and it fits where it needs to go. I appreciate all the work you guys have done.
Thank you.
So Bill, just to follow up on what Councilman Overton said, I know we talked to our UDC group, but we talked to actually restaurants that would be subject to implementing these things to get their feedback. Like, are these plausible or doable? Do we know anything? Anyone tried to lay one out?
The gentleman that I worked with as part of the subcommittee, he has multiple clients that he works with for fast food restaurants. That's why he and I collaborated on it, and he felt confident that this could work for them. I did share this with some other other restaurants in the community that are trying to get established here, because again, I wanted them to be aware of that. We are changing our code. Will this work for your business model? And they gave me feedback, but nothing to the extent that this would be earth-shattering or wouldn't allow them to conduct business in the city of Meridian.
Thank you.
I don't remember what the exact comments are, but yes, I have shared it with others for feedback.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Mayor and the council, I'll go ahead and turn this over to Caleb to refresh you on accessory dwelling units, or currently called secondary dwelling units in the UDC.
Well, thanks, Bill. That was my thunder you just stole. That's one of the changes. I think you actually already covered some of this earlier. If I can get that. Sorry, you can drive. I don't know that we need to go all the way back up to the definitions, but that is one of the main changes you'll see throughout. We are getting rid of the term secondary dwelling and replacing that with accessory, and we're also adding primary dwelling. So you need to have a principal or a primary to have a secondary or accessory. So we're just, hopefully that's some clarifications in the definition. So you don't need to dwell on that too much, and that ties in with some of what Brian talked to you about earlier as well, with addressing ADUs. So we'll talk about that. But let's jump into the standards then for accessory dwelling units a little bit. I'm not going to read everything that's, can we fit it all on the screen? Not quite. So I'll scroll, but this is a majority of it. And I'll be honest, a lot of it hasn't changed substantively. We've cleaned it up. I think we've made it better. And what I'll commit to you even before you approve this or don't approve it is we'll continue to monitor this. But the reality is this is not going to solve our housing situation, crisis, whatever you want to call our current situation. Accessory dwelling units are not going to house everybody that wants to live in Meridian. We are trying to make this a tool, though, that can be used more. So that was kind of the mindset, but balancing that too, with I think some of that from this council, but even previous councils, balancing the existing neighborhood character too. So I think there's been that balance of, again, we don't want to necessarily see these pop up everywhere all the time. And now you've got parking problems and you've got mother-in-law's quarters in front of front yards and things like that. So the standards I'm about ready to run you through make it easier, but it doesn't swing the pendulum all the way to where anyone can just put up an ADU on their property. So I'm just being real about that. We tried to balance that. If you want to pull any of these levers and push them a different way or whatever, this is an opportunity. But it's kind of where the UDC focus group and even some of the housing committee that was meeting years prior kind of landed on this is let's make it attainable. But again, we're not going to be adding thousands of units to our community is the reality. So with all that being said, again, most of the first couple of changes are more, again, administrative in nature, definition type of a thing. You need to get a permit. This has been talked about a little bit too, but this coordination with the building department and making sure we're all singing from the same sheet of music when something comes in that kind of looks like a garage with some livable space. Is that an ADU? Communication was the word that Brian couldn't come up with earlier. That's where you have a connection between the two spaces. So if you've got a slider door, window, anything that communicates, that's the building code term for that. It's no longer an ADU. It needs to be standalone separately. Yes, a separate entrance door, but even if you have one, you can't have another one that has an interior corridor that connects or not an ADU. So again, a lot of this coordination with legal and building and others just to make sure when something that may quack like a duck may not actually be one if you've got some of these design elements, if you don't have the parking. And we get it kind of both ways. Some people that want it and they want an address and some people that don't. And you can't mix and match. You can't have communication but no parking and not meet the setbacks for an ADU. You have to have all of these things present to be deemed an ADU and therefore get an address. If you don't qualify as this, then we'll look and review your plans as an addition to the structure or a detached structure. Maybe it's a shop or garage or whatever. But again, you have to have all of these things present to be processed and ultimately permitted as an accessory dwelling unit. The ones I really want to call to your attention, I'll leave it on the screen again. I think that we talked about most are the owner occupancy requirement. A lot of communities don't have that requirement. Again, just sort of to neighborhood character and not to stereotype, but a lot of times there's a stigma with renters and not keeping the property up and those types of things. So ultimately, this is where the group landed with the owner of the property has to live on premise in either one of the dwelling units at least 6 months of the year. But if you open that up, you could open up more housing for someone else to live there and they could live out of state. Location and setbacks, we haven't talked about that so much, I don't think, together. But in the past, I've had conversations with previous councils. You know, this is a lever where if you said, you know what, we're willing to allow these to encroach into side setbacks or be put in the front of structures or things like that, we could get more of them, but it changes your neighborhood character. So ultimately, you need to comply with the underlying zone, and there's no exceptions, if you will, for that. They would need to comply with where typical structures would be located. Size, I think that even came up a little bit earlier. We're not really changing that, 900 square feet. It does vary across the nation, but that's a pretty standard. You don't want it to be necessarily bigger than the principal dwelling. Again, we talked about it, but didn't change that. Size parking is another one of those. Again, if you're going to be a dwelling unit, we as a group said you should have the parking to meet the requirements. I will just also note on that though, it is the cumulative number of bedrooms to come up with a parking. So in the UDC, parking is tiered, if you will, with studio and 1 bedrooms just requiring 1, 2, and 3 requiring 2, 3, 4, and 5 requiring the 3. So if you only had a 3-bedroom and the ADU made it 4, you may not have to add any parking. You may have enough already on site. But if you have 4 and you're going to 5, you can't just convert your garage to an ADU. You'd have to come up with another place for car park for that ADU. So just a point of clarification there that we are looking at the site, not for the structure itself, if you will, because it's on the same lot.
So Caleb, do you want us to interrupt now or?
Whenever you'd like, Mayor.
There's just a couple comments on these 2 things before we go away. So the 6-month property requirement. Mr. Whitlock's going to build one tomorrow. Going to move next year. Next person, someone else buys the property. Are we shutting them down? So I guess I look at the practicability of doing some sort of requirement, because it's like,
who's going to enforce that and how do you prevent that from happening? So just throw that out there for one thing. And then the second one, because you do list ADUs only at 2 bedrooms, but to your point, if I live in a house with 2 bedrooms, I've got, in my place, I got 6 garages or 6 parking stalls with 3 in my garage and 3 before. You want to limit it to, do the ADUs need to be limited, or do you want to limit it to the parking that's available as compared to bedroom? With if every bedroom, if I got a 2-bedroom house, just food for thought. So just those were things that came to mind.
And Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind me just responding to some of those, the 6-month, this is one where I get it. This is on the record and it's being recorded. And this is one more where we're bluffing a little bit, right? We aren't requiring that you provide proof of that. But if we get a complaint, we can investigate that. There are other communities. In fact, we have a planner on our team that the last community she worked in, that was an annual thing. You bring in your taxes or whatever from the previous year to prove you actually lived on site for a minimum of, we could go that way and have that oversight if you really want. This is to set it clear. This is the expectation, the rules. We didn't dig into that to say, and every quarter you need to submit us receipts from a local something to show us that you're actually. So, I don't want to say it's a feel-good ordinance, but that's kind of the intent with that is that's what people should be doing to do it correctly. We get complaints, we'll investigate it. It's the code, but we don't have anything to actually proactively validate that someone is living on site for at least 6 months of the year. So, and if that's something council wanted to do to put, get rid of any potential loophole, is if you want to be a legitimate ADU, come see the planning department every January. We'll prove up on your residency and reissue occupancy of your ADU annually. Could do it. And we talked about it, just didn't feel appropriate for that. And then the parking, not quite sure that I'm tracking. It doesn't mean that you have to have a 2-bedroom, right? They're both maximums. We'll look at however many bedrooms you're proposing and how many parking you have and make sure that ratio.
This says no more than 2 bedrooms. I'm saying if I've got 2 in my main house, why can't I do 3 here if I've got 5 parking spaces?
Oh, I gotcha. Again, that's now which one's primary, which one's accessory.
I don't think it can be small bedrooms. You can fit in a 900 square foot home. You definitely can do 3 bedrooms with 1 bath in that space with a small kitchen. But I'm just asking the question, if it's about parking, is it about bedrooms? What's the driving force or factor in that conversation?
And again, I'll just say it for, I think, the 3rd time today. If you want to allow, and maybe not even talk to bedrooms, then you can put it however many you want in there. I think that, it is somewhat arbitrary, again, looking at some of these codes across the nation two's again, the intent is for it to be clearly incidental and subordinate to the primary dwelling. Your situation may be a little bit different, but generally these were the standards.
And clearly I don't have that many. I'm just throwing out that does the bedrooms equal the parking or not as a general rule, or do you want to limit it to? Just throwing out a question, that's all.
And we can reevaluate parking. We do that quite a bit with the UDC focus group and council too, just in general, how we calculate those. Any other comments? Yeah.
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, I had some question, Caleb, on the living on site. Can you walk me through the rationale of having any requirement to live on the property?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, again, some of the thought was if you have, on-site pride in ownership type of a comment, it isn't just being rented out to 2, sets of college kids. And then it generally comes back to neighborhood character and doesn't guarantee that the property owner is going to do any better job than any renter. That's a stereotype that just doesn't apply across the board. But that's some of the thought process. Well, you have somebody that really has a vested interest in sort of keeping up that neighborhood and the property in particular, renting it out to someone else, but they're at least on premise sometime to sort of keep an eye on things to make sure it just doesn't run amok.
Is there,
That's the general.
Mr. Mayor, quick follow-up. Is there any other, besides that, and I understand that argument, is there anything in addition to that argument that wouldn't make us want to have that 6-month requirement? And the reason I ask is just to kind of where my head is. If I owned a property and I built an accessory dwelling unit and then 3 years later I sold it, but I want to keep my home as an investment property to start renting it out. Well, now I can't because I don't live on the property. That just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. if there's a compelling public safety reason for it, or if it's just for aesthetics, or I understand pride of ownership and keeping track of it, but if I own the home, I'm the landlord, I'd still would be incentivized to do it. So if there's more to the reasoning behind 6 months, I'd be interested. But other than that, I would rather defer to like allowing us a lot more flexibility and freedom there, because I would personally be interested in something like that if I had these investment options with my own home that I move out of and I can now rent it.
So Mr. Mayor, and again, Councilman Taylor, just kind of Bill and I don't remember that being any part of the conversation with the group. And I don't think I said it before. It's not uncommon across the nation, but it's not, probably more often than not, they don't have this requirement. So this is one that, again, it's sort of community preference. What do you want to do? This is not one, this is where the group generally landed, but that's why I'm bringing it up. Like, this is something where if you really want to open up your housing supply, you could say they could both be rentals. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Strader.
Yeah, I feel like the 6-month requirement is heavy-handed. And I'm wondering if we could achieve the same thing through just kind of a registration process or something like that, where, you know, if someone wants to build an ADU, we get a point of contact with them at that point, and then when they sell their ADU, maybe there's a way to get an update on who the new contact is. I feel like if anything, it's just being able to know who do we call if we have a problem, right? That's kind of what I was wondering. Is there a different tact we could take?
So, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, I will just say, so you can't just sell the ADU. It's gotta be both. You gotta sell your primary residence and you're selling the property, and including both structures or if it's attached. But we do have contact information, so I'm not worried about that. We may not have a direct phone number or cell phone for every property owner, but we do, through the county's records, we have contact information, and we can send them letters saying, hey, weeds or cars or whatever the code violation may be. I'm not quite sure what we gain by registration.
As well as our utility billing. We would have
Yeah.
contact. But
Yeah, we have contact.
yeah, I guess my general, I think you know this about me, others, but I'm not a fan of putting stuff in code that you can't enforce.
Yeah.
And that's what, unfortunately, this leads me to in too many ways is I understand why, but I also don't want to try to enforce this. And I don't know how you legitimately can without creating a new program.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
just make a comment on that, and then I want to pivot to a different question. It doesn't seem reasonable to have that requirement in there for my sake, and I think you make a good point. If we can't enforce it or don't intend to enforce it, then what's the point? But I do have a question, Caleb, about, and Bill, maybe on requiring a permit for an accessory dwelling unit. What would be required to get the permit? What are we sort of envisioning? Why we need the permit? Is it just so that we can ensure that if they want an address, that they've followed that? Or I'm just trying to understand why we would need a permit for an accessory dwelling unit.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, it's pretty much like any other structure. I mean, there's multiple things we're looking for, right? We are, as in planning anyways, we're gonna validate a site plan with the building permit. So it's not just the actual square footage of the accessory dwelling unit, but like parking, we'll need to validate that they have whatever the standards are. We're gonna review those and then work in conjunction with the building department. So it is sort of a hand in glove here where we're looking for some of the elements and they're verifying some of the elements, and then you can get an address. It's not the process, it's not, the permit isn't for an address, but part of that process will determine if you get an address or not. And let's say you submit something, a design professional submits something and it doesn't meet one of these, we'll say, hey, we can't permit you as that, but if you change it, we could permit you at that. Are you okay being this? Maybe they don't care about an address or utilities or whatever the case. Oh yeah, we're really just a garage. But even garages today, any addition, planning still looking at to verify setbacks, height, some of those other things we're looking at. So the permit is just, that's pretty standard for almost anything you build or construct. unless
Anything over 120
20
square feet
Right.
in your backyard
A
requires.
shed basically in your backyard, we don't permit, but practically anything else you build, you should be getting a permit for.
And it's a one-time permit. It's not like if I sold my property.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Overton.
Sitting through the hearings with planning staff, there's a lot of examples of dwelling units that are on property that we really don't want to see happen in our city. And part of why I think you're seeing such a list of restrictions and requirements for what we want to see to be an official accessory dwelling unit is we want to make sure that we just don't open the floodgates and all of a sudden we've got these all across our city. At some point, we also have to, I believe, my opinion, we have to have the respect of the owners of the other properties that live within these developments, that we're looking out for their best interests as well by requiring all these steps for something that's going to be put under subdivision. And there was a lot of discussion on some of these points as we went through in the focus groups on, how many parameters do we put? What kind of guardrails do we put? I think they came up with a good one, but the 6-month residency was talked about quite a bit. And I don't think it's a hill they want to stake the whole code on, but it was definitely something to try to put some pretty strict standards on who would do this. I mean, anybody, including me now, I have an Airbnb down the street in my subdivision, and it's been invaded, literally invaded twice, that somebody rented it, and I had 10 vehicles parked up and down my street for 2 nights. I mean, you really want to try to do all you can to protect your quality of life and your development in the city. There's a lot of stuff we don't have control over. I think we just want to make sure when it comes to accessory dwelling units that we've got a pretty good guidebook listed out on what we want.
Well, I think in this context, I mean, everyone's going to be different. Pretty sure you're not building this in my neighborhood. No, CCNRs are going to control a majority of these to prevent, so like HOAs hate HOAs. Half to 3/4 of the subdivisions in Meridian won't be able to make this happen quite easily without something that's going to go through their neighborhood association. Doesn't mean you don't think about these things, but it's going to have several limiting factors, in my opinion, before we see a lot of these being built. Now, in areas without HOAs or that, I don't know. But I still go back to, I don't know how the situation changes. Even if you were the primary resident living and someone else is in there, you can always end up with things that happen.
Mr. Mayor, I agree with you, but I think you'd be surprised how many developments we have in our city that have HOAs that are completely inactive and don't have a board, don't even have any enforcement powers, don't collect any monthly residence fees. And if something like this happened, they don't have the wherewithal to take action against it. So they're going to revert back to us to be that guiding principle for how this occurs.
So I scrolled a little bit further. A couple other things just to call out, and again, I'm not running through all of them, but the design, and this is another one that's, I don't want to say controversial, but everyone's going to have somewhat of an opinion. It needs to be generally consistent in design with the primary dwelling. What does that exactly mean? Well, no, I'll tell you when I see it type of a thing, but that's the intent here, is that it should match in. It shouldn't be way taller, whatever way means, or a lot of different color scheme, and the materials should generally be the same. So, I mean, there's another one that's going to be, there's in the eye of the beholder or whoever's reviewing the permit, but that was the intent, is that, and we're a little more explicit about roof pitch, siding, color, materials, and window treatments. I did want to call out on a foundation with utilities. So this is new. So it's both L there, and where did foundation go? Maybe it's not even in this section. J? Still not seeing it, but if you say so. Oh yeah, right there. I'm all right over it. Constructed on a foundation with utilities. So I think the other point there, so because we've talked a little bit about that, is you have to be hooked up to utilities. Part of the discussion we had was, do they have to have their own meter though to be an ADU? And at the end of the day, what we're proposing is that you can actually share water, sewer, garbage. If you want your separate one, it can be done, but you can actually use the same electrical service line and however that works, but we aren't requiring them to be totally independent utilities. If you did want to have it where your renter or whatever pays, you can set it up that way, but we, the city, are not going to require that. So I want to call that to your attention because that is not typical of the city for a separate, it's an independent living unit. And we're not requiring separate utilities, but it does need to be on a foundation with those services. You don't have that, you don't meet the definition of being this. And then the last one is actually what you talked about a little bit earlier, and that's back to addressing communication between them. So hopefully that's clear, but if we want to talk any more about that, we address it a little bit there with a separate entrance and no openings allowed between the units. So that's ADUs. I would just say if there are changes to these draft standards, please take notes and make that part of your motion then. Heard some, not quite sure where it's going to land, but if there's any changes, please just make sure that's clear so we can get it right in the record. If there's nothing else on that, I think flex space is up next. So transitioning then to flex building, and I think the first place I just want to start is just with the definition in our code. And there isn't any proposed change to the definition, but I want to kind of put a pin in that thought because maybe we do want to change the definition. But today, UDC 1143-18, which is a specific use standards for flex space building, says the use of a building or portion thereof for small scale warehousing, and that was my emphasis, small scale warehousing, and or light industry with associated office and or retail showroom space, period. Flexibility and use of interior spaces and low scale, attractive exterior appearance characterize flex buildings. So again, a lot of subjective words even in the definition, but that's what our current definition is. I also did look at other communities. The closest community, our neighboring communities, is Eagle actually. In their definition of flex space, they actually cap the square footage at 30,000 square feet. If you want to be called and qualify as a flex building, it's 30,000 square feet and below. Again, we say small scale, but we don't put a square footage on that. Meridian has Euclidean zoning, so we're basically, we are beholden basically to the underlying zoning districts, and we do generally segregate our land uses. Flex kind of works on that. You're kind of bringing those together and allowing more flexibility in what you're allowing in that space. And we don't have a form-based code. Others do. So it's a little bit of apples and oranges. Like the city of Boise doesn't even use flex in their definition. They have no such term. That doesn't mean anything to them. They do have a wholesale and a warehouse definition, and then they divvy that up into small and large, and they break it off at 100,000 square feet. So if you're 100,000 square feet, it's basically administrative. You go above that, it's a conditional use permit in a lot of the zones or in areas that they have. So that's not quite the same. And then Nampa, it's kind of interesting. They actually do define flex space building as a commercial/industrial structure that can be modified internally for a variety of land uses, but they don't actually list a flex building in any of their schedule of use control. So they say what it is, but they don't actually say where you can do a flex building. I know we have some industry experts in the audience. Maybe they can shed some light on, and maybe they would think they've done some flex type buildings in Nampa. So maybe there is but when I talk to them, there's no correlation again to the definition of what a flex building is and how you actually do that or what zones you can do them in.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thank you. This is an interesting one. I've been looking at this, and I think what I'm struggling with, I'd like to understand what are we trying to achieve? What is the goal with having a minimum amount of office or retail? Like, was it employment that was driving that? Was it the type of flex space we wanted? Like, help me understand what the goal was with that.
No, it's a great question. What problem are we trying to solve? We weren't getting a whole lot of flex buildings because staff even recognizes that in some of those areas, it's a pretty high bar to meet. So we weren't getting a lot of flex buildings. But there's, in my opinion, not a whole lot of margin for error in that. The the zones in which you can do a flex building most of them are commercial zones. So almost like that neighborhood character of residential we were talking about with ADUs, trying to maintain, if not establish, the community business district is the CC zone. That's the name of the zoning district. And we're trying to avoid a 200,000 square foot warehouse building going in there with a little bit of an office space and calling it flex. That sets the tone for what's likely to develop around them, right? And even in your question a little bit there, Councilman Strader, some of the jobs, right? We are typically, and again, this is a little stereotyping of some of that industry, but typically you aren't getting as many jobs in a warehouse distribution center as you are in some of these other zones that have, mixed employment. That's the name of the zone. The ME zone is mixed employment. And if we have 15% of that space being for office or a retail showroom and the rest of it being warehousing, that doesn't match up. So but again, we recognize that 30% across the board in all zones is not the answer. That's why we're proposing a tiered approach where it is still 30 in some, but 25 in your commercial, 20 and so we are proposing to change that down a little bit. So is that a problem? It wasn't getting used enough. And so we thought, well, let's open the door a little bit more, but we don't want it to be open so much where, again, we're getting really industrial uses in our community business districts, our retail service districts, and having that type of use.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, I think what I'm struggling with a little bit, if I kind of take a step back and sort of put on my commercial real estate hat, this is actually one of the most innovative property types that we're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the source of a lot of innovation, and it's the source of, I think, a lot of employment opportunity because of its flexible nature. And so like what I'm kind of struggling with is like, what's the right minimum amount of office that makes sense where it's like, we're kind of meeting the market where it is, because I just don't want to have a standard that's like so high on the minimum that we're just not going to see the kinds of opportunities that make the most sense for us. I understand that and actually it would be good to hear like, what are our neighbors doing, for example, in Nampa, because they have a lot of flex industrial stuff going on. Like what, do we know what their minimum office is just kind of a benchmark?
So again, just looking at their code, it doesn't do what we do. Again, apples and oranges here a little bit. They don't have a percentage. It's in their definition. So, and this is where I think we can kind of miss each other too. You can call it a flex building. You can market it as a flex building. Even how we permit it though is a different thing in their planning department. We are looking at your floor plan and we're going to say, again, I don't think we do, but if you're at 29%, we'll try to see if there's a hallway or a bathroom or something we can include to get you to 30 potentially, right? We can't, there's different ways we could skin the cat, the way we've chosen to thus far do it. But I agree with your 30% across the board currently doesn't work. So we are proposing to change that. But no, other communities don't really do this. They have flex buildings, but they don't call them that, essentially.
Right. Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Yeah, just my instinct on this one is I think we do need to revisit the minimum amount of office, and I think we should consider lowering it. I'm a little worried that we're gonna suffocate some good opportunities if our minimums are this high. Still, I think maybe we need to go a bit further. It's a public hearing. I think we're gonna hear from various people on all of these matters. So the other thing too, maybe just a procedural point, Mr. Mayor, trying to keep track of how far are we going to move the ball forward tonight? We're going to give feedback. I think we've given feedback on a few things. We have our city council president, who unfortunately, for great reasons, is not with us tonight. We totally get that. I think he's provided some feedback. Are you looking for trying to move items where we do have consensus forward tonight in a piecemeal fashion and then revisit some of these other items in a future hearing? I just kind of want to keep us on track in terms of what the goal is for this evening.
So, Mr. Mayor, Council Administrator, rest of council, I mean, it's an action item, so if you're comfortable and prepared tonight, staff would love that. If we need to come back, we'll do that too. So, but this is, if there's a continuation, you want us to reevaluate something. I will just say though, we've talked about these topics before and gotten some of that direction and back and forth with the UDC focus group. So, but again, the ball's, we're kind of putting it in your court here tonight and you can take action. This is an action item public hearing. Nothing, I don't think, except for, there's a woman here earlier that was going to testify on. So if you wanted to parse it up and some of it you want to move forward tonight, we can certainly do that. Some of it, if you're not, you can put a pin in it and we can bring it back at a later date too. So I think, again, options aplenty.
Yeah,
Perfect.
I think the question I would want to know, is there anything that you don't want to move forward as a general rule? And if everything wants to move forward, I think even if we have to do it a continuance a week or two, I don't think there's anything that's time sensitive to have to be approved tonight. So I suggest we try to keep it all together instead of pulling stuff out if everything wants to move forward. If there's something you don't want, that's a different story.
Okay.
Mayor.
Councilman Taylor.
This is, I'm tracking with the arguments of Council Vice President Strader. This is really interesting to me because having flexible space allows us different users over time to use it. So I want to try not to pigeonhole it too much, but I also can appreciate, there's probably, let's get back to parking, which drives a lot of what we do, right? If you have some flex space and everyone's retail, then you're gonna have some real parking problems. If somebody's wanting to use it primarily for warehouse use versus retail, I think there's some big differences. So I would like to know how much interaction or feedback you receive from people who sort of traffic in this type of product, and what have they provided you in terms of like, this is what we see works well.
Yeah.
We don't like a lot of retail because we like to have a mix or whatever that is. Like, what kind of feedback did you get? Because I think we need something, but I kind of want it to be as open as we possibly can so that over a period of 10 or 15 or 20 years, you can see different users who could use it easily.
So Mr. Mayor, Councilman Taylor, do have some feedback. In fact, it's part of my notes, call your attention to that. There's 6 letters that are part of this. 4 of them are from the same 2 companies, but we do have some comments from industry experts, and you have some in the audience that will want to address you this evening. So I'm not going to put words in their mouth because they've written them and they're ready to speak them. But we did consult, and I'll also just say this, it's a little bit of a testament to how our UDC focus group works, because some of them aren't even part of that, but the word gets out to the rest of the industry that there's these changes and we got comments on them. So, and also just a plug for Councilman Overton, just sort of being there and hearing some of this. So not that he's the referee or anything, but he gets to hear some of these conversations as well. So, I'm not going to even paraphrase, because you have conflicting comments even in those letters. Some that want it approved as is, and some that are saying it doesn't go far enough. There's not as much flexibility. So that's a little bit of a tough question, but that is the type of feedback we get. It varies. Yeah, I want to just one other thing maybe before we jump more into this. I did meet with Will and Adler a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And through that conversation, I am proposing to even take down, so again, 30 is our current standard across the board for any flex building in any of the districts it's allowed. I still believe that leaving that percentage fairly high in some of our community districts are high, but we can go from I'm comfortable anyways, proposing to you tonight that we go in the mixed employment from the 30 that it is. We proposed 25, and that's what Planning and Zoning Commission recommended, but 20% even in the ME. That at least gives us still, that a fifth of the building at a minimum to be something that's not that. And again, that's the mixed employment designation. And I'm not as concerned, and we had a good conversation, I thought anyways, in the IL and IH, which are industrial zones. A lot of places probably aren't gonna, if you're really warehousing, then just call yourself a warehouse and you're principally permitted. You don't need to call yourself a flex for us. You can market yourself as flex if you want, but we don't necessarily need that. But even that, we could go down to 15% because you really don't need, that office or showroom component in an industrial district. That's not our concern. Also, just finally, D, we're proposing to leave. It couldn't go the other way. The pendulum couldn't totally swing the other way. You are capped at 25% retail, somewhat for the parking issue, but again, we don't want the other way. We don't want all of our retail to go in industrial districts. We don't necessarily want all the commercial, so there's a little bit of both ways, your minimums and maximums kind of on either side.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Overton.
I remember when the memo first came out, that you were gonna come in front of us and that you had most of the people in agreement with where we were going. Because I know we didn't have 100%, because anytime you put that many professionals in a room, we're gonna have some different opinions. But I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you've just said about your willingness to lower those percentages, because I believe that was a major component of some of our stakeholders. And when we hear from them later, I want to hear how they like those possible lower amounts. I certainly have an unfair advantage on the rest on council because I was part of this as it went through, but I would suggest we do not approve this evening. At least gives yourself a couple weeks to chew on it, make recommendations back before we move forward.
I think that's our, the highlights of the code changes that are before you tonight. Bill, did you have anything else you needed to? Oh, okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
private streets, were we going to touch on that real quick?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, I'm going to transition to the next couple topics that I want to hit real quickly on this table, and then we'll pull up the other ones. So again, I appreciate having members of our community here testifying, but I did want to just let you know that the home occupations, we did modify those standards to allow for outdoor swim lessons. I think that was a directive from City Council because, again, I think we're all aware there's not a lot of opportunities in our community to get that and to help our children learn how to swim. So I think that was definitely an add. Staff did take City Council's advice, and we did up that to 6 or fewer to align with the in-home daycares like you had suggested. So again, they're allowed to operate between, I believe, May and September and then rest of the years, if it's outdoor, you're not going to be doing swim lessons in wintertime here. So there are some months they can operate, there's hours of operation, and again, it's 6 or fewer. So those are the highlights for the home occupation. I have been communicating with Lois on a consistent basis. I'm letting her know that we are moving this forward. We haven't forgotten her. Things have just been a little slower than anticipated, but that was on the radar, and I did encourage her to come and speak on behalf of this topic this evening and share her support with you.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, I have 2 thoughts. One is I just want to make a comment. I'd love to try to move this component forward tonight if we can, just to give some certainty to those in that home occupation. And I want to say it really warms my heart that the city of Meridian will continue to be able to teach our kids how to swim in neighborhood pools. That's how I learned how to swim, was in a neighborhood pool. That's how a lot of kids learn how to swim. Learning how to swim is really important, really critical skill for safety reasons and other reasons. And the more accessible that it is, the better off our community is, so we don't lose a child. And I just think that's great that you guys were responsive on that. And then I was just curious, Mr. Mayor, do we want to consider stopping to take public testimony on any of the topics we've covered so far? Or do we want to wait till the end? Because we do have, I think, some people that are here for specific topics, and maybe that would be efficient for their use of time. That was just a suggestion.
I think we're on the last item for staff to share, then we just go
Okay.
into public testimony on that.
Yeah,
Super.
we're wrapping up quickly. So
Okay.
just more information for the council. I think we're all aware of how COVID has transformed the public hearing process. And so currently, we do have applicants that still conduct neighborhood meetings virtually. And there's nothing in code that allows that. But we have kept that going, moving forward since we made that determination in 2020. So this time we're actually getting in code that we do allow virtual neighborhood meetings. So I've worked with legal on that language as well. So just wanted to, just more FYI for you that if that ever comes up, we do allow, hopefully With this code change, we will be able to say, yes, the code does allow virtual neighborhood meetings. And then I'll go ahead and transition over to the private street standards really quick. I don't need to go into all of those. But that was one that did come up. And wasn't anticipated to come up on as part of the UDC focus group. And that did come up as part of that group because as you are aware, and I know there's been instances throughout the years where council's had some heartburn with private streets connecting to public streets. And there are some situations where it can work and it doesn't work. We all recognize that. That's why we have rules, right? We try to prevent bad things from happening. That's why we have zoning laws and all the rules that we have to follow. But currently, the way private streets are today, we try to limit them for residential developments, either to a gated community or what we call a MU community. And a MU is basically homes fronting on common open space with alley loaded units or taking access from a private street. So again, in our discussions with the UDC focus group, we were asked by one of our developers, how can we better use this as a tool? Because obviously, you guys have seen multiple projects recently where maybe ACHD doesn't see a public benefit for a public street, or the applicant's trying to do a PUD. And they may want gates, they may not, or they don't want a MU, but they still want to be able to control the design of their community through that PUD process. Or it just may be an infill project and it doesn't make sense. They don't have enough land to really put in a public street. So like anything, a private street is one of the tools in our tool belt. Is it intended to be every project to have private streets? Absolutely not. But what we've done here is, and it kind of coincides with Brian McClure's presentation to you, aligning that with the street naming committee as well. So there's a whole bunch of process that goes into naming streets and approving streets that we've tried to share just a bit of it, but it's more complicated, and I think you realize that. So what this tries to do is it takes our current code. It says you can do private street. We're taking out MU and gates. You can have those things, but it's not a requirement anymore. We're still going to discourage them in residential developments just because that's not the intent here. It's to be used in certain instances. And we're going to use it as a tool to either stress the applicant to go through a PUD process or demonstrate that it's an infill project. And as part of that is there going to be a justification of why the private streets are better than the public streets in their opinion. So again, there's going to be more justification for you and us and the public as to why it makes sense to do public streets in this instance. And they're going to have to provide that with their private street application.
Mr. Mayor.
That's what share.
I hate private streets. I'm sorry. I have a visceral reaction to them. I hate them. If I could ban them in almost every instance, I would. They've been nothing but a headache for us. And I have concerns about how they're going to be maintained in the future. I understand that people want flexibility in the short term, but in the long run, they are going to be an albatross for us. My question for you, very straightforward question, but okay, you know, the neighborhood that's next to the Dutch Brothers off of Eustick. Okay, that is our poster child of bad, I'm sorry, I'm just being frank, bad private streets. It's been a nightmare. Would that project have been allowed to move forward, or what would have been different if we used that specific example? That would help me kind of understand what we're proposing. How would that have affected that project? Because that one is my biggest example of the one that irritates me the most. And I'm sorry to ask it that way, but.
Yeah. Mayor, members of the council, that this code is not going to prevent that. I'm going to be honest with you. But what I can tell you, that project had a lot of history and a lot of different ownership changes, and it's been a mess from day one, unfortunately. And we don't always control it. It was supposed to be one cohesive, well-designed mixed-use project, which got broken out and developed by different people and different HOAs, which makes it very convoluted. So That's why we're trying to put some better bookends on our private streets to try to prevent that from happening. So in this particular case, again, there's going to be more specifics to our design standards. We want them to build them to ACHD standards. We're wanting sidewalks on them. And if sidewalks can't be part of the public street system, then they're going to have to ask you or present to you, the hearing body, why their pedestrian circulation plan is better than having sidewalks along the streets. What makes their project unique or better, their pedestrian circulation better. So these are the things, and we're making sure that their engineers certified that it meets ACHD standards. So that way, in the future, if there is a possibility for those to be turned over to ACHD, at least there's ways that we can show that it does meet their standards, and there's hope that they will take it over. And then, of course, we still have the general maintenance. They have to provide us a maintenance agreement. Who's going to pay for that? And how they're going to do that over. But it goes back to even Councilman Overton's comments. HOAs aren't around forever. And I don't know how to fix that or solve that. I hear it all the time as well, Councilman Overton, where people they don't have an HOA anymore, even though they were required to. But I don't want to belabor that point. The thing is that Caleb and I, when we met with the UDC focus group, we recognized that we have to be somewhat receptive of open to it, or at least come up with standards that allow for infill to happen, because if we have common drives that only allow 4 units, or if you have an existing commercial development and there's already a built environment around it and you're trying to add a residential component and you need to name a drive aisle, there's no you got to do a private street for addressing. So this is the way that we do that. This is the tool we use to get there. And there's a process for that. And that's why there is a public safety component as well as more to the maintenance.
Councilman Schrader.
I get that. I may be off on my own on this one. I know this is a pet peeve of mine, so I'm going to respect what my colleagues have to say and live with that totally. But I don't know how they feel about it yet. But like, if this was up to me, my feedback to you would be, I would challenge you to come back to me with a revision on this that would have stopped that project from happening, or that would have created a much higher bar. And if it's explicit, like, you must prove to the city council that they agree this is preferable to public streets or something, maybe that would give us enough discretion in there to try to find these examples where it's something that has to occur. Like, I get it. There are these cases where it needs to, but I see tons of developers over relying on private streets. And at the end of the day, I'm worried it's going to become all of our problem. And it's just, that one is a nightmare. So
Madam Mayor, Mayor, members of the council, there is a caveat in this code. So that particular one, the private street connects to state highway. This code still, the current private streets don't allow private streets to connect to arterials. This code it does have a provision to allow that, but it would require a waiver from city council, just like any other access to an arterial roadway. So, for example, in that particular case, if that particular project were to come forward, you could have said, no, we don't want the private street to connect to Eagle Road. You got to redesign your site. Same thing here. If someone comes forward and they have a private street connection to an arterial, that's where they'll ask for that waiver, and we'll provide that to you in our staff report saying, yes, we support it or we don't support it, or the applicant has requested a waiver for an access to that arterial, and you can weigh in and provide comments on that. But it's not a given by any means. Again, what are they going to do to prove it up? Are they going to have more stacking for vehicles, or, does ACHD want it? I mean, a lot of different factors go into that, but you will have a chance to look at that and say whether or not that's a good idea. And again, one of the findings is, does it impact the transportation network? I think in your case that you bring up, that probably does. But again, moving forward, we're trying not to create that situation and doing a better job of proving that up, that they need to show how this integrates and still does not impede circulation throughout the area.
Mayor, just real quick, the other angle I would have taken to look at, I don't want to say prohibiting that project, but at that time, it would not have qualified for private streets with this code because it's not infill. So that is actually the provision in this code that would prevent. Now, at the time that business actually went in, they would have been infill. And if they would have proposed a new private street in that location, it is infill at that time. But when this was originally put in as a private street, it wouldn't have qualified. So that's the angle I would have taken with something like that, where you have 60 acres and you're proposing private streets versus the 3/4 of an acre, and I'm constrained and I need a private street. So that is some of the intent behind. It is a necessary evil. I'll also just say, and not speaking for council, but staff is generally of the same opinion, where private streets, it's a tool, but we want to use it wisely because they can backfire in the longer term, and even in the shorter term sometimes. But we are opening that door up a little bit more, but we're also saying in the right circumstances and trying to be clear in that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
I get it. I want to shut the door. And I would love to see a maximum amount of size of property or something like, so, I mean, that may be another way to tackle it. Like, look, if your project is larger than a certain amount, I mean, you may have thought of this already, but I just, I don't know. Anyway, I've talked enough about this. I hate them.
While I'm not going to go to that level, I'm going to give a little bit contrarian opinion. And I say it in this light. I don't know, when you get together, you say, where do these things work? You know, we've got a private street in Tuscany that work extremely well. They basically function as alleys. You know, they're your alley loaded, you know, but that's their purpose. That's their function. You know, whereas we can also look around the city and find every place where they function poorly or, you know, have created problems and do that. So I don't know how, if you guys can like brainstorm, like think about, you know, the group says, where do these things actually work? 'Cause I do think that there are some good places for them to be in. And in the case if the next Tuscany comes in Northwest Meridian, you're basically saying, actually, we're not going to do private streets up there because that's not an infill development. But quite frankly, as part of a large development, it makes perfect sense to incorporate and include them in some parts of it. So that being said, it still doesn't get away from the homeowner issue in the future, the HOA issue when they have to be maintained or otherwise, which again, I don't know how you can get away from that totally, but I think we have seen enough instances where private streets have come back to hurt the transportation network. And unfortunately, any council up here or any planning zoning or any staff, you could have 100 people look at something and miss it and not understand what's going to happen 3 to 5 years as other things develop. And I think that unfortunately that's a challenge. You know, so if you can find a way to, like I say, only put them in places where they won't become part of the normal transportation network and prove that up, to me, that's the basic start. So again, food for thought. Council, any other questions, comments at this time, or would you like to hear from our people waiting patiently? Okay, Mr. Clerk, who signed up first?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, first is Jared Beal.
Is that Jared? What did you say,
Jared Beal. Okay, Will Goad. Is it Goad or Goody? Good at Will. Okay, thanks.
My name is Will Gutta. I work for Adler Industrial. Our address is 8665 West Emerald Street in Boise, Idaho. First, thanks so much for the discussion. Thanks for being open to feedback from the development community. Caleb, thank you very much for meeting and being open to discussion. We didn't necessarily come to, you know, agreement, but it was still a really good discussion. I still really appreciate it. Adler Industrial is the largest industrial owner and developer in the Treasure Valley. We own or manage about 4.5 million square feet of industrial space across the valley, and about 1.4 million square feet of that is in Meridian, across 23 buildings. Our portfolio is a mix of warehouse, distribution, manufacturing, and flex space. We agree with nearly all the proposed code updates. The only one that we disagree with slightly is that staff is proposing 25% office and showroom for flex space in the ME and CG zones. Based on our portfolio, which includes about 500,000 square feet of flex space, 83% of flex tenants want less office or showroom than they're currently proposing. So what that would mean is that 4 out of 5 of our flex tenants would have 3 options. They would have to apply for a conditional use permit, which most tenants don't want to take the risk and the time during their leasing process to do that. Option 2 would be they have to overbuild their office and showroom, which results in a less efficient space for them and a higher rent. Or option 3 is to look elsewhere to any of the other adjacent cities. In our experience, a lot of those tenants just take option 3. So what we would propose is not a major change from what staff is proposing, but to appeal to the majority of flex tenants, we would request the minimum office and showroom space be adjusted to 15% in the ME zone and to 20% in the CG zone. The rest of the proposal we're on board with. To be honest, you don't need any separate level for IL or IH zones, because in those zones, you would just simply do the warehouse use. So it's kind of pointless. So you can leave that in. It doesn't matter. You might as well drop it out. But 15% in ME and 20% in CG, I think both of those are about 5% lower than where Caleb's at the moment. So we're close. But since this is a minimum requirement, the average office and showroom will exceed these amounts and will probably be closer to 20 and 25. This is just the lower threshold. So I think that how this will actually develop is very similar to what staff is proposing right now. We understand that mixed employment was envisioned to be a transition, a buffer between industrial and the more public-facing commercial and residential uses. As was discussed earlier, adjacent cities don't have this buffer at all. You have residential right against industrial, and there are bad examples of 300,000 square foot cross-dock buildings directly across the street from a school. That's not ideal for anyone. So I think that I can really appreciate the thought behind this code and the mixed employment zoning. The one more thing that I would add, as I'm out of time, and I have so many thoughts on this issue, keeping flex space distinct from warehouse space is key in ensuring that the mixed employment area develops as intended. In our portfolio, most of our warehouse tenants have 3 to 7% office and showroom. So as long as the flex requirement is higher than 10%, I think that you are excluding the warehouse and distribution tenants that you don't want certainly in your CG zone, and not even really in your ME zone. So that's why we thought that 15% was still a healthy buffer between what most warehouse and distribution tenants want.
Thank you, Will.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sure there'll be questions, so don't go anywhere. You can come on back.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Scher. No, seriously, Will.
Yeah, no, there's going to be a ton of questions. If you don't
Oh,
mind,
yeah.
sir. Thank you.
Yeah, that was serious.
All right, I'll get Brad or Mike up here.
That's all good. We're just notorious for our questions, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. I thought this was very interesting, this analysis that you've done with the 83%. Could you help me understand the context of that? Like, this is looking out across how many leases. This is an analysis that you did. Could you tell us a little bit more about this analysis?
Yeah, so for our portfolio, about 500,000 square feet is what we consider flex space. So flex space is smaller spaces, so all less than 30 to 35,000 square feet total tenant size. They typically have a public-facing showroom or some sort of a public-facing retail component, and then and office, and then the back is typically warehouse and distribution. So for our, this was across the valley. This was looking at approximately 30 to 40 flex tenants that we have in our portfolio. Yeah, so does that answer your question?
Mr. Mayor,
That's one Schrader.
I think we're getting there. Yeah, give me a flavor for some examples of flex tenants and what space and how they use their space, because I think this helps to drive some of the thinking of what we're going to end up with, right? So I hear you're saying, look, someone who's actually got a warehouse that's more like 3 to 7% is your contention. Help me understand Like, give me examples of what would meet this requirement in
Yeah.
Meridian if it was the 15% as opposed to, what is currently proposed in ME.
Yeah, a few examples in Meridian. 84 Lumber is what we would consider a flex tenant. They're a building supply company. So they have kind of a showroom component and a warehouse. They have 12% office and showroom, so they're even a little bit lower. Codell Electric is another building that we built in Meridian. They sell electric supply. A lot of these end up being kind of a construction and building supply related. So it could be stone countertops, it could be electrical equipment that they also have a delivery. One other, Motion and Flow is another one. They're 18% office and showroom. Codo Electric was 19% office and showroom as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Okay, so Motion and Flow, tell me a little bit about that. So kind of just, if we approved that, it was a while ago and I can't remember anything about it, so.
Yeah, Brad probably knows all the details, but it's irrigation supply. So I think that they, if you're installing landscaping, a lot of the irrigation components, they sell the piping, the tubings, the irrigation controllers, things like that out of the front. And then out of the back, they have some warehouse and distribution space.
Mr. Mayor, one more.
No? Oh, it's purged with hydraulic hoses?
Councilwoman Schrader.
Maybe one more. So what I'm hearing from our planning staff is a big driver of this minimal office and showroom requirement is coming from the perspective of employment. It sounds like a lot of what our staff's been trying to achieve is fostering employment. Certainly, city council loves all jobs, but we love to hear about higher wage, like family wage kind of jobs. How does that aspect fit into what you see in this landscape?
I think that, I guess in my mind, the tenants that we see, I can understand that that staff doesn't want 100,000 square foot warehouse that has 4 employees, because it's product sitting there. It's literally storage. It's not distribution. I think that in these, like I said, in Flex, you can't do that. You're not even close to 4 employees or 100,000 square foot spaces. That's not a Flex use. So I think that right now, the mixed employment zoning is creating 0 jobs. Nothing's developing in mixed employment zoning. The mixed employment area is either developing as industrial and being zoned as IL, or it's not developing at all. Nothing's really been built in a mixed employment zone. So I guess one thought is that right now mixed employment zoning is just nothing's being built. So that's 0 jobs. So I don't think that's helping. But I do think that having the 15% in mixed employment and 20% in CG does really prevent 100,000 square foot warehouse, because 100,000 square foot warehouse, they're not going to build out 20,000 square feet of office, right, for their 4 employees. There's no way that they can justify that. So I think that the requirements still prevent the use of 15 and 20%, prevent the warehouse use, which doesn't create a lot of jobs.
Thank you. This is very helpful.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Will, one question just from your experience with interacting with different types of clients who want to lease your space and things like that. Yeah, I always think as a general rule, my preference would be that we don't try to solicit a certain type of employer or job but that we approve the uses and allow the marketplace to kind of figure out what are the kinds of jobs that are currently, what the market's asking for at that time. But I'm kind of curious from your point of view, as you're interacting with different types of clients and people who want to use your buildings, Do you see big changes in the types of users who want the space from one year to the next? Or is it a pretty consistent demand from you of the types of jobs or the types of employment that would be using these types of spaces? And I hope that question makes some sense.
It does, I guess. There, right now, we are seeing a large demand for small industrial tenants, and a lot of those are the flex style tenant. I think I think that the change in demand is there isn't, maybe a few years ago or 5 years ago, there was a ton of demand for huge industrial leases. We could lease a building before we finished building it, and we would build as much as we possibly could, because you could sign 100,000 square foot lease, 50,000 plus square foot lease all day long. I'd say those days are gone. The 50 and 100,000 square foot plus leases are few and far between, but there is still a lot of demand for small, 14 to 25,000 square foot leases. We are just about full on a building in Boise that all of those leases are 14 to 20,000 square feet, and that's really a sweet spot in the market, a tenant that we want to appeal to. On the other side of that, we have 3 buildings that are finished in Meridian right now by the Tesla building we built, all of which we are struggling to lease because of this requirement. And really, in my opinion, it's a better location. But the tenants that we're seeing, they don't want 30% office or showroom. And like I said, they want 15 or 20, but a lot of these are smaller businesses, and having to build out an extra 10,000 square feet of office, or sorry, a few thousand square feet of office makes a big difference on the overall rent. And then it just pushes them to a different city.
Yeah, and I think, Mr. Mayor, as a quick follow-up, just maybe a comment. I think you kind of answered the question in a way that makes sense to me, because what I want to make sure we're not doing is putting requirements in place that are actually making it harder to create something here. Like, we don't want to drive them to Boise or Nampa or something where maybe they don't have those requirements. I think, because this type of space seems like it is sort of the entrepreneurial space of startup opportunities or new businesses where kind of don't know what it looks like today, and maybe a year from now your business might look different. But I think we would be wise as a city to avoid being too overly prescriptive, because I don't want to accidentally drive those things elsewhere. Right? I don't want to just be a place where people live. I want to be a place where people don't just work at a restaurant, but I want to be a place where people can start up some businesses. So, and this is kind of like you said, this seems like sort of the sweet spot of, just getting off the ground, getting started. I'm not going to go lease a Class A office space, and I'm not going to go, a big warehouse, and I don't want to do it out of my garage because because of our own requirements there. This seems like we need to have more of this types of flexible space. So thank you. That helps.
I couldn't agree more. When companies, when they get large, then they have a separate office and they have a separate warehouse and distribution. But when you're smaller, you don't have the luxury of that. You put it all into one house and you make it fit and work the way that you can. So couldn't agree more.
This is one of those issues that we've talked about this, in that context. I sit there and I look at and I can never remember the name of your buildings, but we'll just talk the one off of Lanark there from Eagle headed towards Boise. And you look at the existing wide variety of types of tenants that are in those industrial locations. Just take JST as a starter. When you start putting in, and this almost goes back to a little bit of the, ADU comments where you got to meet certain thresholds. So someone goes into a business, I didn't realize this is industrial, but JST wants to expand, but they don't necessarily want to expand their office. They need to expand the rest of their building or to meet their customer, bring in other types of things, because they do have a front part that feels like an office flex space where they do their engineering and some of that, but if you don't have the back enough in the back to do the work, it doesn't matter what that front office is doing. Then you look at the others that I think the filter place, they've got a retail space that you can go in and do something. Most of it is, it's a small counter, but it provides a valuable service. It's not one that you're walking to, it's in your normal commercial area, but most of the things that we go shopping in Meridian aren't in that context. You got urban air. So that's just like in that area where you got very different variety of stuff. I didn't even touch on a few others that are there. And you look at the building that's down on, you don't own, the Cincy owns it, where you've got, K1, Flying Pickle, and a wood cabinet shop in there. And again, these are industrial, but I guess my question is, when you look around our community, what doesn't work? We really have, it's not like when you talk about manufacturing in the traditional sense in Meridian, you're not getting what is traditional manufacturing. It all integrates in ways where, to your point, where the market is really driving a lot of these conversations. And frankly, if there's a desire for a certain type of building with a certain amount of office and an equal 50-50, someone's going to build that. You're going to put that in. You're going to make that happen. But I think the best thing is to, being in the Center Valley, is make sure that we have space that's being utilized to meet the demands of our community and not push people further out to try to accommodate certain things because of thresholds. I understand we have zones, we have needs, but I'm a fan of the flex and the flex space just as a general rule, whatever that comes out to for council's viewpoint. So. Any additional questions for Will? Okay, thank you, Will. Mr. Clerk, anyone else set up?
Yes, Mike Wordle.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mike Wardle, Brighton, 2929 West Navigator and Meridian. I came actually just to express support, as I had at Planning and Zoning, for the private street standards. I feel a bit of a need to do some defense. And in that regard, as soon as staff gets a thumb drive in, which I did not use at Planning and Zoning, but we acknowledge the process that we've been through. I think what we came up with in conjunction with staff and the other stakeholders is that we solved some problems, we improved standards and restrictions, and we provided clarification for the types of things that can or should be done in a private street setting. That may not be the right one. The wrong thumb drive, but what I do have are some handouts that if you council members would like to at least share. And when I mentioned a specific type of project, what you're looking at there in those handouts are cadence age qualified projects. We've done 3. The first page, of course, being the Paramount Director. And you'll find that as we just thumb through these, Paramount being the first, Bainbridge the second, Century Farm the third. These are projects that are what I would call self-contained and off-system. They're not intervening, they are between and around collectors, but they don't necessarily break the gap of the public street system. They stand alone. They are specific living environments that people find acceptable. And I guess I'd like to take you to the fourth sheet, which is a project that's being currently held until we come up with these standards that would address the question. And this is in our Pinnacle project, being subdivided as Apex. North is to the right. And if you, that little intersection circle there on the bottom right corner of that schematic is the centerpiece of our little commercial area with a nice obelisk now that if you've been out there, you'll see that there's a pinnacle literally there in that street section. This particular project under current standards would require 2 driveways or 2 access points on the left in this graphic, 2 on the right, but would not allow 1 on the bottom of this particular standard. And that particular one coming off Locust Grove Locust Grove in that location is a minor arterial, but the current code does not allow access from an arterial into a private street system. If you'll just go to the last page of that particular handout, you'll see the way that the projects have been configured: First Paramount, Bainbridge, and Century Farm, and the fairly short point of access, but a turning capability for people coming in that can't get through the gate. They can turn and go out. The one for Pinnacle coming off Locust Grove has a much deeper 170-foot queuing space because it's coming off an arterial. We would have to, under the new standards proposed, have ACHD's approval to do that. So again, we find that the recommended amendments that are coming forth and that we support actually do address some problems that exist currently. They do improve the standards, and I would, on the record, make certain that you understand that in all of these projects, our streets, though they be private, have been designed and constructed to ACHD standards. They're the same streets that you would find in any ACHD project. So we support the changes, understand the concerns, and certainly the world is full of bad examples of all sorts of things. But we don't think that we have provided any bad examples of what a private street system could do for the benefit of the community and the selection of alternative lifestyles that might be available to your residents.
Thank you, Mike.
So we encourage your approval. And the last item you've talked about a little bit here, it sounds like some items may need to be separated out and held for discussion. I would encourage those that you are in agreement with that you move them forward, and hopefully this being one. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Perfect. Thank you. This is helpful. And again, so I have found generally your examples, they seem to be working out. But there are other people's examples that have not worked out. And so let's just take a couple of these examples.
Mr.
right?
Mayor, sorry to interrupt, but I have to. I appreciate Mr. Wardle being here. He has a pending application on one of them. So hopefully one of the examples you don't want to question him on isn't one of their applications that are pending upcoming hearings. So please don't discuss that one. The other ones that are done, fair game.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you very much for keeping us on track on that. Absolutely. So we'll just talk in general terms. A lot of your examples that I have seen are more like senior living communities, right? They're gated, they lend themselves to this. And the private streets are not being used to access those arterials. So if it blew up, okay, I wouldn't feel like as much that the city has to step in and take it over at some point in the future, because it really is the residents' kind of self-contained issue. The example I'm thinking of, I think hopefully you understand what I was talking about. There's a development off of Ustick Road, right over by the Dutch Brothers, back behind where we were going to put an affordable housing complex that's not moving forward. And that one especially, it's just turned into a nightmare. And so I appreciate you bringing these good examples, but help me understand some of the ways in which we're now preventing the bad behavior that we're concerned about. And can you think of ways that we could go further to prevent the bad behavior while still preserving this flexibility that some people who are doing a nice job would like to maintain?
Mr. Mayor, Council Member Strader, I'm not sure that I can. We tend to look forward with what we are doing and not,
Sure,
try to solve other people's problems and concerns. And I would note that you just basically cited that all of these projects are age qualified.
right.
These are a very different product. If in fact they blew up and that street system had to become public, it would become ACHD public streets. And we could prove by design and construction documents that those streets conform to their standards and there would not be an issue. I certainly cannot speak to others with that, and I apologize for not being able to do so.
Mr. Mayor,
Council Chair.
if the purpose of private streets was further narrowed and senior living and some kind of a category were created as an acceptable example in a gated community, would that achieve your goals as well? Or do you feel like there are other instances outside of seniors housing, independent living, et cetera, where you do need this flexibility?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, I think the staff actually added some language, and they may have to help me here, but I believe that it limited it to perhaps this type as well as infill.
Right.
Now, in all cases, I can't think of a project that would not come before either the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council that could slip through and, become a problem in the future, given the awareness that you seem now to have as a group. But I think that, age qualified and infill type projects would certainly narrow it down so that you can't just go out and do, a large scale project standalone. And if you look at, well, I guess I better not say it because it will be coming forward, but all of our projects that we've done have been components of a larger project and not the project alone.
Mr. Mayor.
Council Schrader.
I actually feel like that has been part of why it's so successful. If I look at these examples, because the examples I'm thinking of where it's not gone well, it's been a project that's been split with split ownership and multiple components where suddenly what we thought was a coordinated kind of planned master development has now evolved into such differing aims that that overall coordination on the whole site itself has gone away.
Yeah.
I appreciate your insight on this. And it does seem like at least these changes are an improvement. I will acknowledge it is at least an improvement over the status quo. It's just, I just feel like we've been burned by so many of these that I'm just very skeptical of private streets at this point. Although I will give it to you, I will grant you that in many of these specific examples where it's age qualified and it's part of a larger planned project, they do seem to be working okay so far in those instances.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Council, any additional questions? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, next is Tyler Martin. We do have someone online, Amanda McNutt.
Hi there, Amanda McNutt, Brighton, 2929 West Navigator.
Yes, Amanda, we hear you.
Great, thank you. So I want to piggyback a little bit on what Mike was saying. We've worked really hard on the private street code. We've worked hand in hand, I feel like, really well with city staff on these changes. And I think it is important to note that there are definitely situations that I am aware of that are not just about age qualified projects. For instance, if you're trying to, and I think Bill talked about this, if you're trying to put in a small residential development that's in a basically already developed area, especially if they're surrounding commercial, and especially if it's small, it becomes nearly impossible to put in a public street, and there's a variety of reasons for that, but primarily when you're in a commercial area and those development styles, they typically use drive aisles or private streets to serve those commercial areas. So then you're trying to connect a public street to a private drive, which ACHD will not allow you to do. And then you're kind of put into a bubble of how could we potentially move forward on a project that's small and infill, that actually, fits the zone or fits the future land use map designation of residential, but we can't put in a private street because it's not gated. We have no ability to put a gate there, and plus it wouldn't make any sense. So I think there are definitely other situations where we've run into this. And I think there will continue to be more as the city develops, where there are just small, awkward pieces of property that are difficult to develop in any sort of manner. But especially sometimes trying to connect those to a public street can just basically kill a project. Where it's like, well, if we can't put in a public street, then we just can't do anything with it. And it kind of just sits vacant. So that's something that I just kind of wanted to mention and add to his testimony.
Thank you, Amanda. Council, any questions? Okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, Tyler Martin.
Good evening.
Members of council, thank you very much. Tyler Martin. I'm with Cushman & Wakefield. I'm a commercial real estate broker. Address for Cushman & Wakefield is 999 West Main in Boise. And I just wanted to speak today about updating the code for flex buildings, the requirements for office space, and how those affect the economics of development. Pardon me, I'm great in small groups. Public's a little hard for me. Anyways, I really want to speak to Councilwoman Strader's comments about employment. She had mentioned that innovative jobs, innovative employment. Recently, I did a survey of 800,000 square feet of industrial space in the market. And sorry, the camera's bothering me. I apologize. Anyway, so did a survey of 800,000 square feet. I door knocked every single tenant space in 800,000 square feet. Have responses from 683,000 square feet. It was 26 buildings in Boise and Meridian, and spoke to 68 different tenants of those spaces. And my comment was, how many jobs come through this space? Because the nature of employment is changing. And how I posed the question to these folks was, how many paychecks? Because when you go look at these buildings, especially small industrial buildings, they may have a small office, but most of their employees are out in the field. They don't need a big space. On average, without cutting out any of the responses, so we have a couple big tile warehouses. Geary Pacific is on Franklin Road. They're more of an industrial storage user. The average jobs was, each job was, there was 792 square feet of space per job. So the worry of having
large warehouse spaces with 2 or 3 employees on a forklift it's really not a worry in these spaces, given the economics of the land prices and the development. But to have a strict office requirement for these users it affects the economics. And so these projects, to Will's point, are not being built. And so right now, as an industrial broker, and I'm not affiliated with Adler, a lot of the clients I'm working with right now are looking to be in Meridian. It's the heart of the valley, Highway 16. You're going to be able to service the north side of the valley. You're going to be able to go down into Cuna. We have a lot of folks. And a lot of times I have no spaces to show them at all. These aren't being built because the economics, the cost of adding additional office, which is not needed, is making it so that these projects are not being constructed at all. The ME zone has its own issues. But I really would just want to focus on the type of jobs that are out there. You go into some of these places. I went into one on Ralston Street, 8,000 square feet, 55 employees. And that doesn't physically work in 8,000 square feet, but outside sales staff, outside installation staff, they have small storage, they're loading the trucks there, and otherwise they're sending their employees out in the field, but 55 paychecks through 8,000 square feet. I also wanted to respond to Councilmember Taylor. You'd asked, are the jobs changing, the nature of the jobs? I'll make this quick. I've been in town doing real estate for 20 years. For 15 of those years, I was an MEI appraiser. Used to travel to New York and DC, go to these big appraisal meetings, and folks would say, Boise, Idaho, see it in the New York Times. What do you all do there? What are the jobs? And I used to joke, we turn farm fields into housing. And really our economy was humming when we turned farm fields into housing. And that directly impacted our industrial space. So used to go into our industrial space. It was a lot of tile warehouses, and we still have those. But now as I go around through the valley, you go into these spaces, people are building things. There's a lot of CNC machines. There's a lot of high-tech construction, design, installation. And that's what these spaces that we're talking about here with Adler Group, and I'm focused more in general on the market. I want to see more of those in Meridian to bring tenants to open buildings. And also another point that several folks had made and Will had made, these guys, they're coming out of their garage. They're temporary spaces in a lot of cases with the hope to grow. So they'll go into 3,000, 5,000 square feet with the hope of growing and employing more people. So one thing I did want to caution against is relying too much on the conditional use process for each user. The conditional use process is onerous. These users a lot of times don't have a good horizon on their real estate needs. So they're looking 90 days out. CUP takes up to 6 months. And the other thing is it's also expensive when they're planning on being in a space for 3 years. So I just want to say, don't rely too much on that. I'm dealing with a project in Nampa right now currently, which is in the GB1 zone, I believe. And Nampa will allow this small bay industrial product, but a lot of the uses are going to have to be approved through a conditional use, conditional occupancy process, 4 to 6 months. The tenants just aren't planning for that. And then it's a significant cost hurdle for them to go through that process for, 3-year or 5-year term. And then that once again goes back to the economics of the deal. Developers aren't developing because when you're looking at income statement across of a property, and then you're trying to plan for 6 months of vacancy every 5 years, just in case you have tenant rollover. And now the city said, hey, we'll approve these uses, but we need to know what they're doing in there, how they're doing it, how it works. And so the developer's looking at an income stream that has a 6-month gap every 5 years. And all of a sudden, that's a big gap to fill this essentially vacant space because the tenant's not going to pay for it if they can't occupy it. So I just wanted to caution against too much trying to get hands-on with every user, at least from my experience in Nampa, which is one of the examples they brought up. Sorry to start so rough. I apologize.
No, we're good. Thank you. Council, any questions? Councilwoman Schrader.
Mr. Mayor, not really a question, just more of a comment. I appreciate that you did that. Like that really does help give us important information that we wouldn't have otherwise had. And so I just wanted to compliment you for doing that. I appreciate your focus on paychecks because I think fundamentally that is what we're looking to achieve. One of my other jobs, I work remotely, I mean, things are changing and it's really about driving the overall employment, not necessarily that we have butts in seats,
Right. And that's how people are filling these spaces is different. Poor Bill's heard me talk about this a lot, but the 10-mile specific plan in particular was written 20 years ago from design ideas and Urban Land Institute ideas from the late 90s where it was all office and warehouse was different and manufacturing was heavy. And so we've evolved through that. And these spaces, really flex is a wonderful word for it. They're flexible spaces. And just because it's in quote unquote a warehouse building doesn't mean that we're going to have forklifts and 80,000 square feet with 3 people running around.
Mayor?
Councilman Taylor.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the context too, because I think, or the context that you provided, I think because you sort of emphasized the point I'm kind of thinking a lot about, which is it's impossible for us to really know who the tenants are, but I don't think we should try to dictate that too much by the type of use. I think in this particular product type, you know, the more flexibility and the less burdens we can put there, the more we're going to see available for different users. And the user today in 5 years could be a different user. Because these, not that this is a high turnover area, but this is the one type of a product where people can move in and out of pretty seamlessly as they either grow or fail or whatever the case may be. But I think we would do ourselves a disservice as we're looking at the types of jobs that we could create in Meridian to be overly restrictive and overly cumbersome with our requirements, even though they're well intentioned. I think we would make a mistake in doing that. So I appreciate your context in that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, so as an appraiser for years, we used to value industrial buildings, and we would actually take value off for too much office space. So in all the, you know, couple thousand appraisals, couple hundred industrial appraisals, if you got to a building that wasn't maybe a special purpose building, but you got to a building that had 25% office, you were almost deducting value to demolish that, because the demands of the market at that point, it's been several years since I did that, it was about 15 to 18% max. Beyond that, it's additional cost that actually comes off because so many users don't want that much office space. So if we, and once again, as the market's changed, and trying to sell a building in Boise right now, I have marketed 20,000 square foot building, 11,000 square feet of office on 2 levels. Every buyer that looks at it says, I have to tear all this out. And so that's just and it's an old building, but it's just a function of a changing workplace. Those office employees a lot of times now are off-site. And so if we require it now, it's going to change. I think the better way to do it is through design and also just pure economics. These ME projects, now you look at Franklin Road, industrial land, all of a sudden it's $10 a square foot. So you do an industrial building, a Class A project, you have the interconnectivity with the streets, so you're putting in ACHD roadways, you're building a good quality project with multiple fascia changes, and you're going to carve out those the large industrial users because they're looking for a rent base under 90 cents. Well, that project's going to cost much, much more than that. And so I really think it's going to focus on these smaller users. So of the 26 buildings that we surveyed, I door knocked every single one of them, 68 tenant spaces, without me cutting out, you know, going through and selecting the data. The average tenant suite was 11,782 square feet. That's an unweighted average. Total in those 683,000 square feet reported 1,252 jobs. I did take out one that was Roofing Direct, which used to be Famco. I don't know if you're familiar with Famco, but on Ralston Street, they used to have a couple hundred employees and 30,000 square feet. They've now stepped. Right. So we're just under 800. Open to any other questions, but I really appreciate all your time. And I want to say thank you to Bill and Caleb. They've been amazing to work through this process, as I've talked about.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Whitlock.
just a quick question. I don't think you ever got to a number, but Will suggested maybe reducing the ME to 15% and the CG to 20%. Does that work in what you're suggesting?
Yes, and I will say all these buildings that I surveyed were mostly in industrial zones, most of them in Meridian. I think that works. I start doing the math on it. Like I have a tenant right now I'm working with is a major national electrical company. One of the buildings they're looking at is the Benchmark project, one of Adler's buildings. So 18,000 square feet. You look at 30%, that's 5,400 square feet of office. They need 2,500. I think we're getting a lot closer. I didn't really want to come and speak to specifics. I just really wanted to say how I'd been out in the market just 2 weeks ago, door knocking all these spaces, and really wanted to speak to some of the comments about how many jobs are in these buildings and also the lack of supply. Right now, when I have tenants, so I just worked with a local group. They wanted to be around Highway 16 or in Meridian. We ended up in one of Adler's projects at Fry Street, so 21,000 square feet. They have 36 employees. They're all highly paid employees, but I had nothing to show them in Meridian, not a single option in Meridian, which was their preferred market. 20,000 square feet. They ended up building out about 3,500 square feet of office. So give you the percentage, but a lot of employees, they just don't all sit there all day. Yeah. So sorry, I can't speak directly to that. I haven't really looked at that side. I just wanted to share the employee counts. Yeah. Thank you all very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Kirk, do we have anybody else signed up?
Mr. Mayor, that was everyone signed up.
Okay, well, right behind you. Did you want, I know you came up earlier. Would you like to, yes, would you like to, since you stuck around and, yeah.
I live in Meridian and certified swim instructor. I've been working with Bill a lot about, the code about giving swim lessons. And I have been fortunate enough to teach 2 autistic kids and 1 Down syndrome kid that would never make it in a public swim lesson environment. So I do private lessons and it's just me and the child and their parent. And it's been a blessing for them to see how much they've grown as individuals and just come out of their shell. But I had a career as an account manager and retired. And this was the joy of my life when I was a teenager. And I thought, what better use of my home pool than to do swim lessons? And so I do it because I enjoy watching the kids learn and be safe in their pools. So thank you, Bill. Thank you, Councilwoman Strader. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Miller?
My name is Brad Miller with Adler Industrial, and I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. When Will talked, it just kind of got me a little bit excited to think about. I've been doing this for, I worked for Ron Van Acker for 25 years. Dealt with these guys a lot over here. And I've been with Mike since he came to town over 6 years ago. So I've personally leased millions and millions of square feet. Every space that Van Acker ever had in Meridian or Adler's had in Meridian or has in Meridian, I've leased. Just a case in point, today we showed a tool company some buildings. There's a tool company, I'm not gonna say it because Tyler's gonna go and try to steal that tenant from us, potential tenant from us. But there's a tool company in Meridian that recently sold and they need to expand. So we showed them our benchmark buildings, the 3 buildings that we have over there on Franklin. And they just need a small office, restrooms, and then just an open showroom area without a lid on top, just a wall to surround it. They won't be able to go into the 2 buildings on the south side of the road because the threshold for office is too high. So hopefully we're gonna be able to take them across the street. They really don't need much at all. But one of the things that we do when people come in our doors, we tell them, hey, we're gonna show you a menu of options. We've got more space in the valley than anybody else, and we can do whatever you want. You want small space, large space. One of our great success stories was Sensi. We started them out in their first building, and we grew them from 42,000. That was their first headquarters. It's actually where Urban Air is right now. We moved Orville and Heidi in there, and then we expanded them into that whole building, which is 142,000 square feet. And then they contracted down to 0 when they moved into their own campus. So that's one of the great things that we do is we get with these small businesses and we help them grow. I mean, there's businesses all over town that we've helped grow. I just want to touch on a few of the different tenants that we have that are kind of interesting. We have in Meridian, and I'll focus just on Meridian, we have a catering company in one of our buildings. Beth Alpa, who you may or may not have met, just this go-getter of a person, and she's just built this up from her own garage, and now we've got her in a nice space. She has about 30 people that work there on a routine basis. She does supplies the Salt Lake Airport with all their food. So that's one of the tents we got. We got Zamp Racing. They do drag racing helmets and drag racing suits. They're actually doing a new, for the next F1 race in Miami next spring. They're doing new suits for, I can't remember which team it is, but they've designed them. And they have about a half a dozen employees there. So we have a wide range of employees. We have Bastion Solutions, which is a Toyota company. It's a research and development facility, and they do material handling automation. And so we've got about 3/4 of the space is office. The rest of it is shop space to build that out. So we've got a wide range of tenants who have a wide range of needs. Some of them are small, some of them are large. JST, I met with them last week, toured their facility. Unbelievable what they're doing there. They're up to about 150 employees and they're running 3 shifts. So, I mean, we're really glad to be able to support these businesses, and we just need to have the flexibility. So I'd strongly recommend or request or beg you that we go to 15% on the ME and 20% on the CG. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brad. Council, any questions? Okay. Is there anybody else who'd like to provide testimony on this item this time? Okay. Council, I think we had a request to take a quick break. To stretch our legs and then maybe figure out how you want to move forward on these items or not. So we'll take a 8-minute break. We'll split the difference, either come back in 5 or come back in 10 or 8.
I didn't do my math, but I think we're pretty close. And
Yeah.
so we'll start, everyone's seated and people are maneuvering back around to places. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Okay, I think we have a good game plan of how we could try to, whoops, I'll turn my camera on, how we could try to move some stuff forward tonight. But kind of save a few of these items that we thought were more problematic. So I think maybe, can we do this as like a little show of hands, as kind of an informal way of just like, do people have some buy-in on things? That would be great. Okay, so let's start with flex space. I think chatting with people, we feel like the rationale here is that these flex spaces are like our business incubators. And it's the closest thing that we have to like little business incubators. And that's really important. We want to support our businesses as they're growing. So I think what we want to propose there that would make sense is 10% minimum office requirement, office and showroom requirement in the ME zone, and then 15% in the CG zone. I think that's where we're going with it. Could I get a show of hands if people are supportive of that?
I don't vote, but sure.
Yeah, that's good, Mayor. We want to hear that you do matter, not just in tie-breaking votes. Okay, that's fantastic. With that, I think we'd like to pull out from this approval the ADUs and the drive-throughs. Am I missing anything else that anyone thinks we need a lot of substantive discussion on in the next couple of weeks to iron out? Okay, if it's okay, Mr. Mayor, raise your hand, please, if you're okay with removing those two items from consideration tonight to come back in about 2 weeks or when staff can do that. Okay, fantastic. Okay, Mr. Mayor, with that, let's give direction to staff to please approve the UDC text amendment.
And just for process real quick,
Mhm.
public hearing, what,
Oh, yeah,
what,
you're right.
do we want to renotice, close this public hearing, then renotice a new public hearing with the other things in 2 weeks? How do we move something forward if we don't have I mean, are we just giving direction to staff to come back with an ordinance next week?
Right.
So do we want to leave the public hearing open for 2 weeks and come
it's
back?
Probably going to be more than 2 weeks. I don't know what the timing was intended for actual ordinance, especially if you're cutting out pieces, parts of it.
Well, and if I can, just real quick, trying to just understand even the scope of what we're continuing things to do, that would also impact how long it may take. So I'm not quite sure of those few things you listed, what we're doing in the next week or two.
We'll get to that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
So I think the direction, what we're trying to achieve tonight is I think we want to move everything forward except for ADUs and drive-throughs. And the reasons are that ADUs and drive-throughs, we feel like we'd like input from our council president because he hasn't had an opportunity maybe to fully comment on that. We heard some further concerns about drive-throughs. It's kind of a complex topic. I think we're close. And I think ADUs is very complex and it feels like the 6-month requirement we have kind of mixed feelings about and need to suss out. So I think the direction to council would be, please take the next 2 weeks. And if you have feedback, please, for planning, if you have any issue with how those are drafted, please provide your feedback directly via email to Caleb and Bill. And then that way they can take that feedback and then they'll bring those items back on their own at the appropriate time. And
Or separate public hearing.
yeah, Mr. Mayor, and if it's okay, we could keep the public hearing open or a new public hearing on those items
I
alone.
would recommend we close this public hearing, move forward everything else and come back with a separate public hearing just on those 2 items.
Mhm.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
okay, so with that, I would move that we close the public hearing on item 7. No, I'm sorry, item 9.
ZOA.
ZOA 2025-0001.
Second.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing on item 9, ZOA 2025-0001. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number ZOA 2025-001-0001 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date with the modifications that we would remove the changes proposed for ADUs and drive-throughs and that everything else would move forward as amended.
state specifically in your motion, the percentages.
Oh, and noting that the city council is specifically amending the flex space minimum office and showroom requirements in the ME and CG zones to 12% in the ME zone and 15% in the CG zone. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. 10% in the ME zone, it's getting late, and 15% in the CG zone.
Second.
I have a motion, a second. Is there discussion on the motion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. And council, please, if you have any direct comments over the next 2 weeks, get that to Caleb. Do you want that to go to you and Bill both on these items?
That's probably easiest. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then we'll bring it back around after they take any of that feedback. So, okay, with that, we'll move on to item 10, which is ordinance number 25-2095. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance related to Meridian Food Bank H 2024-0065 for rezone of parcels of land located in the northeast quarter of Block 5 of the Westview addition to Meridian, and also J.M. Anderson's second addition to Meridian, located in the north half of the southeast quarter of Section 12, Township 3 North, Range 1 West, Boise Meridian, City of Meridian, Ada County, Idaho, more particularly described in Exhibit A. Rezoning 1.72 acres of land from IL zoning district to the OT zoning district in the Meridian City Code. Directing city staff to alter all applicable use and area maps, as well as the official zoning maps and all applicable official maps depicting the boundaries and zoning districts of the city of Meridian in accordance with this ordinance. Provided that copies of this ordinance shall be filed with the Ada County Assessor, the Ada County Treasurer, the Ada County Recorder, and the Idaho State Tax Commission as required by law, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Taylor.
I move that we approve ordinance number 25-2095.
I have a motion, a second, to approve ordinance number 25-2095. Is there discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton.
Aye.
Strater.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Council, at the end of future meeting topics, or will we move it, go into executive session? Yeah. Councilwoman Strader?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I think we're past future meeting topics, right? Okay, sorry about that. I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061C.
Second.
I have a motion, a second, to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Little Roberts.
Aye.
Taylor.
Aye.
Overton. Strater.
Aye.
Whitlock.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. We'll go into executive session. Shader.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Come out of,
Oh, I move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
a motion second, come out of executive session. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are out of executive session.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Shader.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Motion second, adjourn the meeting. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.